futures. The 30-year is up 11 bips. The 5-year is up 18 bips. That's good for people who want to lock in long-term risk-free yields for themselves. But the 3-month is also up to 540. So I mean the entire curve, right, from beginning to end, is shifting up. And I think you hinted at this earlier. There's a company yesterday called OCS, Oaktree Specialty Lending Fund. And if you look at their earnings call, you can do it yourself. You don't need anyone's help. They had 5 accruals of companies that couldn't pay their debt already, right? And they're lending at, on average, SOFR plus 650, which is roughly 11 to 12%. So they have been lending at 11 to 12% to middle market private companies, and everyone has been saying, "Oh, this is a golden age of private credit. You never see a default and you get a high rate." I mean, that's just make believe, right? Even if we don't enter a recession, a lot of those companies can't pay 11, 12%. They're used to paying 4, 5, 6%. And the same thing goes for the commercial real estate department. You saw NYCB. They increased the commercial real estate reserves from 200 basis points to 800 basis points. They went from $60 billion charge to a $500 million reserve, and the stock was down like 40%. When it opened. And on top of that, Azora Bank in Japan, which has the biggest exposure to U.S. real estate and floating rate debt on the commercial side, their stock was down, almost limit down. It was down 20-something% in Japan 2 days ago. And then last night when it opened, it was down another 18%, and it kind of bounced from there. But, a lot of the world is tied to the U.S. And there are a lot of foreign investors of U.S. real estate. There are a lot of foreign sponsors of U.S. real estate. We've been talking about it for 2 years, but now it's really coming to a head. And even though the losses aren't going to be anything like, the residential losses we saw in 2008, like my bull case is 300 billion losses. That's like in a great scenario. And in a bad scenario, it's above 500 billion in losses. So that's going to trickle through the system. The small banks lend to 35% of commercial projects and commercial properties. It's going to matter. And if rates were falling, right, since October 27th, since the Treasury QRA, when Yellen finally realized, like, hey, we need to get this under control, rates tightened like 120 basis points in a month. It was the biggest tightening and the biggest rally in the Lean Aggregate Bond Index since 1985. It was, a 40-year rally that beat every other bond rally in that period of time. And what we've seen now is that, yields have started to jump after some of the compression with NYCB. The 10-year yield moving 15 bips in a day is a multiple standard deviation move on a day like this. So I think it's very interesting. I think everyone's probably looking at, bond yields. Remember that most credit in the U.S. is priced off. If it's floating rate, it's either priced off SOFR, which is, correlated to the Fed funds rate, or it's based off a Treasury yield. So everything in America, when people are lending, is based off some sort of a benchmark yield. And as it gets more expensive to borrow, right, companies are going to suffer even if we don't have a recession.
Absolutely. And by the way, just want to remind everybody that we have a newsletter. You can join the newsletter. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently February 2nd. So kicking off the market session, you've obviously had a massive rip in the futures on the back of Amazon and Meta reporting earnings. They are screaming higher here. Meta, respectively, is up tremendously, but it is pulling in from the highs quite substantially. You can see we hit a high here of 465.59. We're currently trading at 457. If you look at Amazon also ripped yesterday, hitting a high all the way up there of 174. 174.52-ish, around that, give or take. Now, I'd encourage you to mark those pre-market highs. Actually, your pre-market high on Amazon's right here at 171. This was your post-market high yesterday. The reason why things are selling off, specifically small caps getting hit hard, look at that torrential downfall there. You also look at the S&P, massive fall from grace. You look at the QQQ, massive fall. Everything looks to be fading here into the open. Why is that? Well, look at this dollar rip. Look at that massive green candle to the upside. Just in a 10-minute span, boom, dollar just ripped. And now you're on the near-term precipice of breaking out of this. Not only do you have a bull flag, but you have a beautiful inverted head and shoulders pattern. This is picture perfect, technically balanced, very symmetrical, beautiful left shoulder, beautiful right shoulder, nice flag pattern. So this is looking primed and ready to push higher here today on Friday. And why is the dollar and yields pushing higher here? I mean, you have yields ripping today. You have the 2-year up 3.92%. You have the 10-year up 2.96%. I'm just going to go full screen here momentarily just to show you some of these yield movements. Let's look at this 2-year yield, which mimics the Fed fund rate the most. Take a look at that. Boom. Power move to the upside on yields. Also a potential inverted head and shoulders that wants to maybe be triggered today. We'll see if we get a close above the neckline. But again, what is causing this to basically go kaboom to the upside? Why are the yields ripping? You got non-farm payrolls. Non-farm payrolls, consensus was 187,000. It came in at 353,000, almost a near double beat. That is massive. Not only did you have that, you had unemployment rate decrease from 3.8 consensus to 3.7%. So yields dollar have spiked, which is why small caps have actually gone negative. You do have most sectors in the S&P negative at the moment, despite the S&P and the Qs up. I'm also looking at the semiconductors. They're starting to also trickle down, show some weakness. You have Tesla showing weakness in the pre-market here. So really the only thing that is strong is Meta, Amazon, and a handful of semiconductor plays. Now, Intel, also a big weighting in the SMH SOXX, is actually down in the after hours on a plant chip delay, citing that they're seeing weakness in the chip market. So we'll see if that starts to spill into the semis. I do like for a day trade short Intel. I really like day trade short on Intel. I also like to fade Meta here. You know, I'd love to see it retest this pre-market high, but I think Meta is also a fade opportunity. But I think the real alpha lies in fading the small caps. The small caps are much more sensitive to the real interest rate environment. If you look at regionals, they are getting slapped once again. So I do think that there's an opportunity to fade small caps and some individual semis. I do like for day trade long SOXS. You can see that had a big blistering move off of the lows here of 517. If you caught that there, look at that. You're already up 2.73%. Now, let's see the SPY. So actually, we'll do the QQQ first because that is the leading indice on the back of Meta strength right now. So we'll touch base on the Qs. I'm just going to flip to my pre-market here on some other charts just so I can see things. And I'm just going to flip to the regular trading. So you can see the Qs closed here at 422.07. They actually hit a high all the way almost to 427, 426.99. Now, what's important about this is that, okay, if you drag your neckline forward of this head and shoulders here, and this head and shoulders already played out to the downside perfectly in one day. Now, what we've had is a full-on retrace on Meta earnings all the way up above that neckline, trading almost to 427, the high end of this parallel channel on the Qs, and markets have reversed sharply and currently trading at 423.92, right around this area. So we're back below the neckline. We're actually losing the center point of the parallel channel. And the big question is, are we going to get rejected and lose the FOMC high pivot here? This is keep your eye on this 422.86 level because that is your FOMC sell-off. That is when Powell kind of became exceptionally hawkish. And I do think that the market did not get Powell's message. I think that Powell is coming out on 60 Minutes on Sunday, a surprise little scheduling, to discuss more economic policy, to potentially be more hawkish. And what that sets up for on Friday is potentially, you know, if we see a Friday sell-off and then a hawkish Powell on Sunday, that is going to probably push the markets over the edge, in my opinion. So again, a big fade from the indices. I think that there's a chance that the S&P can go negative. You have the Russell down 1% already. I'm just going to flip to the split screen here just so we can keep watching the dollar here. That dollar currently is above the breakout neckline. So we need to hold above this area to see a potential breakout in the dollar market. So I'm looking at fading some semis. I like shorts on Intel. I like shorts on like some of the riskier companies that don't really make as much profit and revenue, like the likes of Carvana, Affirm, IWM, regional banks, even the banking sector itself looks vulnerable. I also like a long on SOXS. I like a short on Intel. I like a short on SMCI. Lots of names. I like a short on Coinbase, which is down 1.91%. I'm not going to jump into the shorts right now. Maybe there's a chance, often I've seen this playbook where, the markets are bleeding into the pre-market, and then when the market opens in 10 minutes or so, we get a small little pop. I'm hoping for a small little pop, and then we can look to fade it, because a lot of people have been piling in at the lows here. We could continue to flush with the strength in the yields, but I want to see a small potential pop. You can see on the Qs, let me just flip to the Qs here. The QQQ chart, we are trading at some support here. You have this pivot, this little breakaway gap, these multi-pivot zones, so there is this high pivot, so there is some support here, but we just want to see if we flush through that at the open or if we get a small bounce to potentially fade. But I'm looking at fading this opportunity. I mean, just looking at what gold and silver are doing, silver getting clobbered down 2.6%, gold down 1.13, GDX down 2.55, absolute pandemonium from this dollar and yield breakout. Apple also down 3.39%. So despite their strength in Meta and Amazon, which have pulled in from the highs, there's a great deal of weakness in Apple. And keep in mind that Apple, let's just take a look at this daily chart. Look at this head and shoulders that Apple has triggered. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. That is clean as can be. Now, the only thing is that we have to watch out for is you are at some technical support here. If you draw that trend line across, connecting your pivot all the way in 2023, and again, Apple's now the second largest company in the world, so we still have to respect the weighting that it carries in the market. And it being down 3.5%, it was actually 4% at the lows, is going to weigh in on this market, especially if we see Meta and Amazon fade. The downside pressure in the market is being insulated by Meta and Amazon. But when you think about it, okay, Apple's roughly 3 times bigger than Meta. Meta's up 15% currently speaking. Apple's down 3.5%. So 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. So respectively, Apple's still technically, if you had to put on an equivalent basis, is still wiping away a great deal of market cap from this market, and it's continuing to sell. So roughly, Apple down 3.5%, $3 trillion company, well, just under 3 trillion now. Meta, about a $1 trillion company, up 15%. There's not that much upside left in this NASDAQ market, especially if Meta starts to fade. I'm seeing weakness in Bitcoin, seeing some NVDA still holding on to gains, but I am seeing some weakness creep into that semiconductor market. So a lot of weakness creeping back in. Many things are pulling in from the highs as we speak. All right, so lots to discuss there. You can see Apple actually, I'm just going to mark that pre-market low. So you just mark that pre-market low on Apple because often we like to test that area. So pre-market low is basically sitting right around there. You can see we actually dipped well below here. Earnings low is 179.20. So that's super interesting here. Super interesting. I am seeing Nat Gas trying to make a bullish reversal. Nat Gas did make a new low. It went negative and now it's turning positive, up about 1% on the session. So you can see Apple has a pre-market low of 179.81 and a post-market earnings low of 179.20. And that is clearly kind of below both key trend lines. The upper trend line is your head and shoulders. This main trend line is your longer term trend. So again, lots of interesting price action here. Lots of interesting price action. Things are shaping up to be potentially what would appear to be a bullish reversal could be turning into a bearish reversal today. And this would not bode well for the market. If markets close negative, especially the Qs. The Qs were up over 1.1% yesterday. Now they're only up 0.4%. The SPY just went negative in the pre-market. Guys, this is looking like it's going to be an opportunity on the short side. as things are coming in pretty sharply here, pretty sharply. All right, so enough of my rant. I'm just going to go quickly silent on the mic again, look for fade opportunities. I will have some day trades lined up, but I want to see if we get a short-term bounce before we trend a little bit lower, and it's looking likely. As long as this dollar stays firm here, guys, it's looking likely that we're going to fade here, okay? All right, if anybody else is looking at anything, this is now the time to put your tickers in the chat box and I can quickly discuss things. Nareesh is saying a dip and then a rip, eh? Oh, we'll see. We'll see if it turns into a VIX Crush Friday. You know, the VIX on a Friday, typically CRM calls. Let's take a look at CRM. Let's take a look at CRM. CRM's still positive. Still positive.
I can't help you with that.
Sorry.
But you can try it.
That's my Siri. I said CRM and Siri came up. All right, so CRM is really trading into, you're not at the all-time highs yet. Okay, but you're acting well. You're almost at those all-time highs. I just want to see the pre-market high where we were trading. Yeah, so I mean, pre-market high is all the way up there, 289, so it's about a 450 decline. Your pre-market low is basically down here, and we are currently trading just between, almost at the pre-market low. You know, since it made a new high and it's faded completely, I actually don't like this potential setup on CRM. You know, it's not kind of fitting my criteria. The big thing I would like to see CRM, if CRM flushes into this pivot, you could probably, or sorry, this trend line, you can probably try to play it as a level of support, a bounce level. You know, but then if you get a close below this neckline, then you've triggered a little head and shoulders. So you want to respect this support level first, give it the benefit of the doubt as a opportunity to bounce. But if it doesn't bounce here, you cut that trade because then it triggers a potential little mini intraday head and shoulders, which would imply roughly a 3% decline. So again, this is support, but if it breaks, then it triggers a downside bearish pattern. One ticker I'm looking at is I'm looking at continuously fading Intel here. Intel had that weak news. I'm also looking at fading SMCI as well. So SMCI is quite positive on the session. And I'm also interested in potentially taking some Russell puts. I like maybe the, I think I like the 191 puts on the Russell. That's what I'm kind of looking at. 191 puts on the IWM. And I mean, it's up to you whether you want to give yourself some time on the clock. I'll probably just play some 0 DTEs if I am doing anything. But time on the clock is certainly not a bad thing when you have this much crazy volatility. All right, so we have 4 minutes till the open, guys. 4 minutes till the open.
So I want to see spot hold. This is about 50 cents down for a bounce to wait for Qs to bounce up and test 425 and then see the reaction.
So we'll keep the S&P on watch.
Obviously on watch. The reason I'm saying that is because Meta actually blew through all gamma walls that it had before earnings. So literally, it's in price discovery. Because they further squeeze up, if further call buying enters the market, people hold on to their positions.
But as long as that dollar stays firm, guys, that's going to be a massive headwind for the market. Yields are still staying strong. The 10-year's back above 4%, causing things to reprice. The VIX has turned green. The 2-year's up 3.7. So, you know, yields are still staying firm. This isn't kind of like what we've seen before where you have a quick 10-minute pop in yields and then it's faded. So the yields are actually holding from that 830. They've almost held for an hour now at the highs. So what that's telling me is you better believe this potential little move in yields.
Yo, what's up? Those SPX calls yesterday. Dude, I know I should have helped too. I have a no. It went crazy. The entry that whenever you took the SPX and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I jumped into. Was that based off the 618? Yeah, exactly. Yep. So yeah, so whenever you were talking about it, I went over to my chart and I have a tool set up to where whenever I do it. It draws a golden zone and it uses the 618 to the 70% retracement. And I drew it.
Morning, everybody. CRM so we'll be scooping Apple calls at 179.50 if it gets there. Yeah, you know, Apple does look interesting. I do believe that you are at some decent support. It's just a matter of how low are we going to go, you know. But Apple's definitely more oversold. I like potentially fading Meta long Apple, kind of a pairs trade there, or fading some of the semis long Apple. I do like that trade setup. Keeps you a little bit insulated both on the long and the short side in case this market goes awry.
So everyone should have scaled. That's where chasers get back. Breakouts, right? Look at the low they break from yesterday under 44.25, right? Short sellers who chased that got back. So you just got to be patient for that. But yeah, the golden zone fits are far.
I have to start incorporating that.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
So we'll just keep our eye on the Qs here, guys. We'll just keep our eye on the Qs and the dollar. And I'm watching SMCI. Well, I'm watching about 20 different windows here on my 4 screens and iPad and computer. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. S&P is trying to push up here. Dollar's making new highs. Apple's crossing bearish territory here. All right, guys, I'm short SMCI. I am short SMCI at 593. 593. Short SMCI. 593. This is a 1/4 position.
Yes, sir. Let's get it. Gotta hold. CBC flip. It needs to hold that hammer candle on the 10 as well. I'll scale out.
All right, wait to see how these Amazons open up. Damn. That's
Meta's still acting well, but coming in. Dollar's still acting okay. So we are short SMCI at 593, guys. I'm going to actually flip the SPY on here. You can see the SPY is still trying here to hold from its little gap up. So 593 short on SMCI, guys. Look at this move on SMCI, guys. Look at this move on SMCI. Meta's still up 15%. Google's down 2.3. Amazon's still up 6, guys. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen. All right, guys, I'm taking a 191.0 DTE put on the Russell. 191.0 DTE put on the Russell. 191.0 DTE put on the Russell, guys. I just got filled here. So I'm looking for a move down to 191. SMCI is trying to catch a bid here. Russell's also trying to move up off lows. Dollar yields are still holding firm. VIX is green, guys. VIX just turned green. Apple's got a nice bounce. That 179.50 level on Apple is working out like a charm. Nice job if you took those 179.50 calls on Apple. That's a monster bounce. Now you're still seeing the rest of the market come down. SMCI is pushing. Qs are still coming down despite Apple. So Amazon's coming in hard. Amazon's coming in really, really hard here. SMCI right back to the highs, continuing to show massive strength. Again, this is just a 1/4 entry. I will add basically at 595. Meta is selling off much, much harder now. Apple's now also being faded. You can see the Russell's trying to bounce. SMCI. All right, guys, I just added to SMCI at 596. 596, that's the second entry on SMCI. 596. still continuing. Markets are bouncing here. AMD is ripping. SMCI is ripping here. So semis are still holding up okay. All right, guys, I just added to my SMCI at 600. At 600. So it's a 3/4 position short. Look at this. Come on, give us some downside. 3/4 position short on SMCI. Final add is going to be at the pre-market high here. It's 605.80-ish. The markets are still acting okay. Russell's coming in, so the Russell puts are now printing for us. The SPY and the Qs are holding up, though. Let's look at the QQQ because Meta's had a massive bounce. Same thing with Microsoft. Huge bounce on Microsoft. Tesla's still weak on the session. Qs are ripping here, guys. Qs are still trying to rip. So this is a mega cap tech rally that's lifting this. Small caps are down 1.3. SPY is just slightly positive on the session. Qs are still pushing higher here. All right, SMCI is now coming in. Qs are still pushing up, though. Let's just go to a larger term time frame to see where the Qs are trading into. You can see this little resistance channel that we're now into on the Qs. It's a big, big level, but Qs may want to go for its gap fill. Just sitting at 425.20. SMCI, we're now in the money big time. Nice pullback in SMCI. I'm still riding it short. Dollar is still trading near the highs, guys. Yields are still firm. Russell's getting slaughtered here. So our Russell puts are printing right now. SMCI, we're in the money nicely. I am seeing Apple still holding strong. Tesla's weak on the session. Tesla's very weak on the session. That one, if the market starts falling, we could look for another fade opportunity on Tesla. Mega cap tech is continuing. Google is getting rocked pretty hard here, down 2.1. Meta's still up strongly here. SMCI, we're still in the money. We're just waiting for this. I think SMCI will go negative today. It's just a matter of being patient with this trade. I think there's a great shot at SMCI going negative today. Apple's ripping up, only down 2.4% now. NVIDIA's up 2.4%. So great strength in mega cap tech land. Qs are up 0.6. Russell's down. Huge discrepancy from the Qs. Probably one of the biggest discrepancies we've seen in a while. Qs look like they want that gap fill. All right, guys, I am also picking up, I repeat, a short on Meta right here at 462.90. 462.90. It's a starter position. Day trade position 462.90. It's a 1/4 day trade short. It's a 1/4 day trade short. Next ad level on Meta is going to be 465. $469. Dollar's still at the highs, guys. Dollar is still at the highs. Okay, guys, those are the next ad levels on Meta. So we're short already Meta. We're short Meta. SMCI and Meta, we're short both. Let's see what type of action we're going to get. I still think these markets can fall pretty sharply, guys. Just by the pre-market dump from the high to the low, that's a big, big move down in the pre-market that I think we could actually retest the lows in the pre-market. Dollar still holding firm. Still have the yields. Actually, what the heck happened to the 10-year yield? Okay, it's just a trading view glitch. Dollar's still up 0.69%. Russell's still getting slaughtered down 1.3. So the only thing that's keeping this market up is the mega cap tech at the moment. Strength in tech land. Tesla getting clobbered though. Tesla is getting clobbered. Qs are continuing to rip here. SMCI is now starting to fade just a little bit. Semis are still acting well. All right, guys, get ready to add to Meta. SMCI, we're up nicely on that. IWM puts are printing as well. Again, that dollar's still strong, guys. Now we're starting to see the S&P break down here. The QQQ is seeing a little bit of selling. The Russell's still coming in hot. Trying to see the sellers negate it. But the SPY is breaking down here. Meta's still holding firm. SMCI is still strong. Dollar trying to push for new highs, guys. The dollar is trying to push for new highs at the moment. All right, guys, I'm about to add to Meta. Just added to Meta there at 466.09. 466.09. NVDA pushing for new highs. So continuous strength in NVDA. Meta to 472. Yeah, it could hit 472. You know, the pre-market high, we're above that right now. There's big resistance at 472, 472.50. All right, guys, I just added to Meta at 469.02. 469.02. Qs are still pushing. Dollar's still at the highs. Russell still at the lows. Meta up 18% as we speak. And there's still lots of data coming out at 10 o'clock, guys. Lots of data. Tons and tons of data coming out. Meta's still continuing to push up here, guys. What is the opinion on SPY today? I think we'll see a reversal, especially if yields stay strong. I mean, it's really going to be dependent on what the dollar and yields do, but the dollar and yields have had too big of a spike here, in my opinion. And there's too much of a little discrepancy between the Russell 2000 and the small and the large cap and big cap stocks. So I think the S&P will, we did see the S&P go negative. So this was the bounce that I was talking about in pre-market. I said we're likely to get a bounce and then a fade opportunity. So we are fading this opportunity. We're picking on SMCI, which we're basically just in the money. We have IWM 191 0DT puts. SPY, if I were to take some options plays on SPY, I would look for 489 0DTEs. There's a chance we can still push up in the indices. There's a chance SPY can actually push up to double top. It's not my base case, but there is a chance. Tesla's still weakening here, down substantially. Google's down substantially. It's just Meta ripping. And semiconductors, NVDA, Apple's still off of the lows quite substantially. But I still think the markets will retrace lower today. Next ad level on Meta's above 472. Above 472. The QQQ just filled its gap. So the Q's filled its technical gap. All right, I just added to Meta 472.40. 472.40. Meta's continuing to surge. Q's SPY still pushing up, guys. Massive rip. SMCI will add all the way up here at the pre-market high if it pushes there. Massive rip higher here. Nice job there to reach 30K on premiums on Meta. That's beautiful. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 490 put on the SPY. 490 put on the SPY, 0DTE. 490 put on the SPY, 0DTE. 490 put. Still watching Meta hold firm. No real sellers yet. This is just continuing to grind. We have a 4 out of 4 positions. I'm willing to do one more ad if we push all the way up to 476.50. That will be a final ad on Meta. 476.50. Everything's continuing to rip. All right, SMCI, I just added there at 605.50. 605.50. All right, so I have a full position short in SMCI now. And we have a full position short in Meta with one more little ad level here if we push higher. SPY Qs are still absolutely ripping. Yields are softening a little bit and the dollar has softened as well, which is why we're kind of getting this little bit of a blow off move. SMCI just tapped pre-market high. We have 10 o'clock data, so 12 minutes. We have some more data that will be coming out. 1920 coming in Mara. Yeah, Bitcoin's trying to move up. It's below 43. If it can get above 43, yeah, crypto stocks will absolutely fly here. NVDA up 3.5. Apple still down 2. Markets are still just rallying here. A little bit of sell side pressure coming into the picture now. So again, we are short the market. No long trades right now, all shorts. I won't chase this. Short Meta, short SMCI. Our average on SMCI is sitting slightly out of the money, but 599.16. 599.16 is my average on SMCI. Right around there. Meta's starting to come in now. My average on Meta is 468.42. All right, so we're flat, and we took those IWM 191 0DT puts, and we took SPY 490 0DT puts. XOM about to go. You know, oil's weak today, so I wouldn't trust that XOM. We're actually testing the neckline breakout on the XOM chart does look bullish. You're consolidating, but the variety of other energy stocks is what's concerning me, and then the actual oil price getting clobbered today, down 2.3%. So that's a little concerning. It's a little concerning. Continued resiliency. Let's take a quick peek at the dollar. So the dollar, why the markets ended up rallying hard was the dollar dipped. Now it's trying to get back above that little neckline. Remember, the dollar's potentially triggering a breakout of this flag pattern today, putting in a nice bullish consolidation pattern as well. This should keep applying pressure to the indices. So those 490 puts are in the money, guys. I'm still holding for more. Those 490 puts on the SPY are in the money. I'm still holding 191 puts on the Russell. But those SPY puts are in the money, guys. And the Qs right now are still at 0.85%. The Russell down 1.3%, and SPY is just slightly green, up 0.18%. Microsoft starting to come in. If Apple starts to lose a lot of its gains again, then we'll start to see this market really dump. So SPY is getting a bounce here. SMCI getting a bounce. Meta's still coming in from the highs. NVIDIA is remaining strong. Tesla is still super weak on the session. Tesla just getting obliterated. That makes me think that head and shoulders pattern is also going to play out. So what's interesting here, guys, is we've had Tesla trigger a head and shoulders pattern on the daily, even a weekly chart pattern. And you've also had Apple now trigger a potential head and shoulders pattern. It's currently just slightly below the neckline of the head and shoulders. So I'm watching that, what is that? That 183.65 level closely. You're also tagging the daily 200 moving average right now on Apple. And since you're underneath it, it's resistance. It's not support. SPY coming in a little bit more. SMCI were flat. Dollar's still consolidating near the highs, guys. Dollar is still consolidating. All right, a little bit of more sell side pressure coming in. You have Microsoft rolling over. Google still getting clobbered, down 2.81%. The VIX is starting to scream higher. AMD, NVIDIA is still showing resilience here. Still have great resilience in those names. Again, this is our pre-market plan. We said let's wait for the pop, and then we'll see if we get a drop. I still think there will be a drop here today, guys. The yield and the dollar market is too strong at the moment, and you have the Russell getting clobbered. And when you look at the sectors performing today, I mean, you still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sectors red in the S&P. The only sectors green are XLY, XLK slightly green, and communications of 3.2. So you have the majority of the sectors red, and then you look at the Dow transports, they're red, down by 1%. You look at the industrial average, down 0.4%. The only thing keeping this up is Meta, Amazon, and mega cap tech. SMCI were nicely in the money. I think SMCI could make a potential daily topping tail today. I think we could see that. I'm waiting for more price action, but we'll see. And Meta right back up to the highs. Look at this. This is probably just shorts getting squeezed out now on Meta. After the reports 10 a.m., do you think the SPY is going to drop? You know, anything could happen. I think we will drop. I do think we will drop. But remember, like, not everything has to drop. You know, you still have Meta phenomenally strong. Semis, NVIDIA, AMD phenomenally strong right now. So it's not a guaranteed drop, but there is a lot of weakness still in this market. The broad market is not participating in this rally. Like I said, the majority of sectors are red. Now, I mean, the data that's coming out is really the consumer sentiment, Michigan consumer sentiment, and then the 1-year inflation expectations and the 5-year inflation expectations, as well as factory orders. So these could be market moving for yields, but they won't be as important as what we saw for the labor market data this morning. Meta right back new highs on the session. Meta is just continuing to rip. We will add at 467.45 here, guys. 467.45. Tesla's coming down. I still see weakness in Google coming down. Apple's now selling. Microsoft's curling down. I'm still holding my SPY puts and my Russell 2000 puts. If we look at where the Qs are currently trading, Qs are actually retracing to this neckline yet again. Take a look. So that was your neckline of the head and shoulders that triggered. Qs are right at that resistance point as we speak. You filled your technical gap at 425.20 area. We'll see if the Qs start to show any signs of slowing down here. But right now, they're still resilient. Meta, I just added to my Meta at 476.50. So that brings up the average now to 472.11. SMCI, we're in the money on SMCI, out of the money on Meta. Markets are still acting super, super resilient here. Apple down 2.5 right now. Meta outperforming, NVIDIA outperforming, AMD outperforming. Oil down a couple percent. Meta up 20% now. Dollar still consolidating near the highs. SMCI is falling a little bit sharper now. Added Meta puts, Lotto, yeah, you know, I think that's a great play. NVIDIA still absolutely soaring. New all-time highs on NVIDIA, 653, 654. Holy, what a rip. All right, Tesla's looking for new lows, and SMCI is about to go negative, guys. So we are printing on SMCI here, guys. We are printing. We're already up $10 on the trade. You have your gap fill support at 584, but I think we can actually slice through that, especially if we see some profit take. We're going to see some profit taking, guys. Meta up 20%. Funds have to start trimming. Funds are, many investment hedge funds are only allowed to carry a position that in a certain amount of weight. So say Meta was 5% of their portfolio. After a 20% jump, Meta might jump to 6.5, 7% of someone's portfolio. So funds actually have to trim, even if they think Meta is going to go to like 750, 800, some of the forward-looking projections that I've seen now based off of their earnings guide here. Funds have to trim because it breaches their rules. It breaches their parameters that they have to stay in when trading and investing. It's just their risk management profile forces them to trim. So I'm still expecting a big trim, a big dip on Meta. We haven't really seen a dip. This little dip on Meta, roughly of call it a 1.85%. That's not big enough of a dip. I still think Meta will have a much, much bigger dip here, just based off of the risk management profile of funds across the board. In terms of SMCI is potentially putting in this hourly topping tail. I still think we get a daily topping tail today. SPY-Q still holding firm. Tesla's still weak. Microsoft's trying to push up. Same thing with Google now. But there's a shot on SMCI. I just want to see SMCI's chart. So I think SMCI could have a flush all the way down to 530 today. It seems crazy. But stranger things have happened in this market. So I'm going to ride SMCI down as long as I can, guys. Qs are up 1%, Russell down 1%. Dollars softened just a little bit here. SMCI coming into gap, guys, And remember, we have a full position short day trade. This is a massive gain for us on SMCI. Congrats if you took this. I gave you this pre-market plan quite a while ago. I said wait for the pop and then look for the fade. So anybody that's caught offside should be that's kind of on your own. Even Naresh gave you 179.50 Apple calls. You took that on the long side. You banked. So everybody thanked Naresh as well. That was an excellent call out. All right, I just took. I'm covering a third of my position on SMCI right here. I just took a third. I'm still riding the majority, 66% of my position down on SMCI, but I did cover half right at this area here. Okay. And I want to see if we look at this. SMCI is about to go negative. It's now negative on the session, guys. Look at this topping tail that's forming. Those lotto puts, where I'm just trading common shares. I have a whole host of common shares that I'm writing down here. Still short Meta, still have SPY 490 puts and 191 puts on the Russell. So the Russell, we're in the money. Well, the contracts are not in the money, but we're up on the trade. SPY, we're basically flat. We were in the money. Could have taken profits, but wanted to ride it a little bit more. Still have Google absolutely down on the session, 2%. Tesla down 2.6. It's the tail of EVs getting slaughtered and all the liquidity flowing out of EV stocks into the semiconductor space. Let's look at how the S&P is doing here. So the S&P kind of hitting a little bit of a double top resistance here. We'll see. There's a chance that the S&P wants to retrace to this little trend line. I do have this longer term trend line all the way back from January 23rd, so Tuesday, that runs through all of this chop. We actually haven't hit it, but the Qs hit mega resistance. They are at the neckline right now that I discussed, and I still think that there's a great shot of the S&P falling much lower here. Also like Amazon to get faded a little bit here. Amazon never really reclaimed its high. Amazon hit a high of roughly 174.28 yesterday, and it's down $4 from that level. Look at SMCI go, guys. This is what we want to see. Guys, we could see SMCI fall pretty sharply, especially if the market, look at this dollar rip, guys. I want to make, this wants me to take more puts. The dollar ripping to new highs here. Potentially a little inverted head and shoulders that you just triggered on the dollar here. Take a look at that inverse head and shoulders. That tells me that the market wants to go down more and the dollar up. Dollar should make a new high of 103. And again, the big level for the dollar, guys, once the dollar hits 104, things are going to get nasty for emerging markets. 104 is the critical tightening range for emerging markets. If the dollar hits 104 today, this market is going to sell because 40% of the S&P 500 earnings come from emerging markets, and that 104 level is the magic number for emerging markets. It's the critical tightening zone. It's where now America is starting to export inflation out of America onto other countries. Any country that's using the dollar as their reserve currency is now taking the United States of America's inflation. It's kind of a little bit of it's using their financial weapon against the rest of the world, helping American citizens and putting the burden of inflation on everybody else. And equities don't like that burden. So again, watch that 104 level, and the dollar is putting in new highs of the day, breaking out here again. Tesla new lows. Amazon's curling in. All right, guys, high risk play on Amazon. I like 169 puts, 0 DTE puts on Amazon. 169, 0 DTE puts on Amazon. I'm seeing weakness in Tesla. It's creeping down. So 169, 0 DTE puts in Amazon. Meta still at the highs of the session. Meta's still at the highs. So we're still short SMCI, heavily in the money. Short Meta, out of the money. We took SPY puts, IWM puts, and Amazon puts. We're almost at 169 already on Amazon. We took it at 170.70. Those put plays on Amazon. Look at Amazon dump, guys. Look at Amazon go. This is epic, 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 epic. I got filled right around that 170.70 range, and we're almost at 169. And one of the reasons I took Amazon is because I was seeing Tesla putting in new lows. So naturally speaking, that's going to apply a great deal of pressure to the XLY ETF where Amazon and Tesla trade in. Look at SMCI fall, guys. Look at this. Here we go. This is where we start banking, guys. This is where we start banking. This is beautiful to see. Let's frickin' go. And I gave you this pre-market plan. I said, don't short the lows. Wait for the bounce. I tried telling you guys, even Naresh called out those Apple calls. When Apple, the second largest company, is expected to bounce, you don't want to short those frickin' lows. You wait for that bounce because so many people pile in on the short side in pre-market and then they get absolutely slaughtered. And I'm just going to take this time to talk my own book. If you're looking for a day trade service or swing trade service, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca. All right, let's flip back to the SPY here. We'll monitor the SPY. Potential head and shoulders on the SPY forming. You have not triggered the neckline yet. So we're going to wait for the neckline to trigger. SMCI still falling. Look at this nasty topping tail on SMCI, guys. That is a thing of nastiness. And you know, when you see this grind, the slow grind up and then hard selling, we could actually come all the way down to 530 here, guys. Around this 530 zone. Expect the unexpected. So you'll have some support here on SMCI. I think we're going to flush all the way into this range, and that would be, holy, an 11% gain on our swing trade. Guys, if you make 11%, you better check out my swing trading service. If I've given you an 11% banger swing trade, you're going to have to check out my service. Now, added Meta Lotto puts, yeah, I still like those. Those are absolutely fire. The one thing that's propping this market up, well, there's a few things. Meta, Microsoft is still at the highs, and Apple's had a significant bounce. But SMCI is still falling sharply here. Look at SMCI go, guys. Look at this. Oh my. We're up 4.5% already, guys. SPY triggers this head and shoulders. And again, we're just riding our shorts to the bottom. Let's ride them. Dollar new highs, guys. Let's go. Come on. Break it, S&P. Once Meta starts giving up some gains, guys, that's going to shift the sentiment in the Qs. Once Meta starts to shift, watch Mara and DWAC while others suck. Let's see Mara quickly. Mara, yeah, trying to move up here. Bitcoin's reattacking that 43,000. You're into the resistance on the EMA 113 here. I still just don't like it because I think the market's going to sell. You know, typically when the dollar's breaking out, retesting that 104 zone index, I don't like to go long, personally speaking. You know, but it's certainly a momentum trade. Bitcoin's trading in a world of its own. DWAC, you know, is a little bit more of that squeeze name where it doesn't really have to follow the broad market. It does get sympathy when the market is strong. If DWAC retraces into this area, it looks a little bit better. But yeah, you're trading into the support range here. If DWAC holds above the zone, yeah, you could actually push all the way back up to about 49. There's a gap fill at 50 that still hasn't been filled. So maybe they want to run DWAC up to squeeze some more shorts out. I don't know what the short interest is on this name, probably about 30% or so. I know there's one of my friends that are short this name, and I've told him not to get short this name yet because, you know, maybe I want to squeeze him. Should we all pile in and try to squeeze these shorts? You have triggered a little invert or a little bullish pattern here, this breakout. You stay above this neckline and it's off to the races. Let's flip to so nice little find there. Meta's starting to fall a little bit here, guys. Meta is, our 490 puts are back in the money. Our 490 puts are back in the money, guys. Even take a look at the Russell. We took those 191 puts right around this 192 area, 193 area. It's still holding its double bottom here. So that's a positive sign for the Russell. Its bleeding has kind of slowed down. S&P is bouncing off the neckline as we speak, but trying to re-trigger it. All right, the dollar's just too strong right now. It's looking like it wants to push this market over the edge, guys. I do think that it will push this market over the edge. Meta's seeing some more sell side pressure. SMCI is continuing to fall here, guys. Beautiful. This is beautiful. This is what we would like to see. SMCI getting demolished here, guys. Getting absolutely demolished. Now, if the other semis weren't as strong, we would see this market kind of start to implode a little bit more. I also like Netflix puts. Netflix looks weak on the back of communication stocks being so strong. Netflix is actually still weak on the session, so that's a little bit of a relative weakness divergence. Netflix is actually into this pivot zone here. If we break this little zone here, it's technically at some support here, but if Netflix really loses this pivot zone here, guys, it's a short. So keep Netflix on watch. What I'm looking at on Netflix is probably I'm looking at 560 0 DTEs. I'm also looking at, let's just see how big of a decline that would be. Another 1% down is roughly 558. I'm looking at 558 puts on Netflix, 558 puts. Lotto puts would all the way be down to 550. Again, Lotto puts would be 550, but I'm looking at 568 puts on Netflix. You know, you are at support right now, but you have kind of broken this trend line. If we get a retrace maybe back to this area here and see how we react, we could short Netflix common shares. You could also potentially just take puts. Dollar's still pushing higher. Guys, I'm going to take a high risk play here. I'm going to take 561 puts on Netflix. It's not that high risk. 561 puts on Netflix. 561. And I'm going to take 0 DTEs. 561 0 DTE puts on Netflix. Let's play ball. All right, so still holding my Meta short. That is starting to fall. Still holding a huge amount of profit on this SMCI trade. Meta, we're basically just slightly flat. Our SPY puts are in the money. Our Russell puts are printing nicely here. But what a fall from grace on SMCI, guys. What a fall from grace on SMCI. SMCI has that hourly chart support at around 555. Around 555. Tesla new low of day. Still riding 169.0 DTEs on Amazon, riding 191.0 DTEs on the Russell, riding 490 puts on the SPY, still short massive common shares on SMCI. We took profits. I am going to take another half of the position off on SMCI right at that 567. So we just banked another 5%, $31 on the trade. I still think it goes lower, but we're just getting some profits off of the table. We can always reallocate into a different position here. We can always readjust and add again. So I'm still riding 1/3 of my position down now. I'm riding 1/3 of my position down on SMCI, but we have taken massive profits. DWAC, baby, DWAC. Don't be talking dirty to me there, Narish. Don't be talking dirty to me. DWAC is still consolidating here. Yeah, DWAC could pop here, guys. DWAC could pop. I still am reluctant to go long in this market, guys. I am reluctant to go long. Big pop on SMCI there. Really big pop. Apple's getting a nice big bid. Tesla's catching a bid. Russell's catching a bid. S&P right back to the highs here. Apple's pushing up here. Let's look at how the S&P is doing again. So S&P is still fighting that neckline. Let's adjust the neckline to these lower pivots now. That's your new neckline target. We have to readjust this downside target since it would be a little bit lower now. Again, it's only valid if we break that neckline. Again, the S&P still could trade all the way up to 491.30. My name is Curtis. Curtis with a K. You can call me Kurt. So big bounce across the indices. SPY's trying to push for a new high of day. Qs are still stuck under the neckline, trading at that resistance. The high pivot on the Qs today, it made a high of, sorry, I'm just trying to find it here. 425.70 was the high on the Qs. Pre-market high was much higher though. The Russell's still starting to bleed lower. Apple beauty, yeah, Apple is a beauty. If you're still riding those calls, Narish, excellent job. Excellent job. So again, we banked on SMCI today. Still riding a little bit. I still have shorts, still short Meta. We're slightly down. Got Amazon puts, got Russell puts. So what I'm seeing here is the indices, the Qs and the SPY are moving up, but take a look at the Russell, still at the dead lows, not really participating yet. So maybe it firms up, but this could be potentially putting in all bearish consolidation. You still have the DXY ripping here, guys. And again, I think maybe the mark, maybe it has to get to 104 before the indices and large cap stocks wake up and say, oh shit, the dollar's rallying just like it did in 2022. But a big bounce occurring in the major indices at the moment. Still have a lot of small caps down. Meta still up 20%. Google down 1.3%. Netflix down 0.5%. Tesla down almost 3%. SMCI down 1%. AMD up 4%. Microsoft up 1.46%. NVDA up 3.3%. Apple down 1.5%. Qs are up 1%. SPY up 0.3%. The IWM down 1.4%. Oil getting clobbered down a couple percent. GDX down 4.17%. So gold miners are getting slaughtered today. Gold down 1.19% or $25, shaving off the price. Silver down a whopping 2.69%. You still have the 2-year yield up 4%, trading all the way at 4.37. The 10-year yield at 4.1. That's a big level for why the small caps are so weak right now. So weak. Apple's still pushing higher. Microsoft's still pushing up. You know, and you can see that really the only thing that are kind of trying to shrug off the yields are the mega cap tech. Even Tesla is getting hit. Tesla's not even part of the Meg 7 anymore, and it's getting hit hard here. So now you have the S&P trying to firm up as opposed to the Qs are seeing some sell side pressure. So S&P is charging for that new high of day. It's showing a little bit more strength, but the Qs are starting to roll over here. And again, this neckline is really big resistance, guys. It's a really big resistance. You even have this trend line here. You can see it pivot to pivot, and you've tagged it there. So there's dual factor resistance here on the Qs, which should keep you in check. QQQ should keep you in check, that resistance. AMD's starting to pull in from the highs. Tesla's trying to bounce. Microsoft might be pulling in from the highs here. Meta's still above 473.50. Indices are trying to move up. DWAC still. I did take some Apple calls there, Nareesh, but I didn't call them out. You called them out. That was your trade. DWAC, I'm not in DWAC. Russell's still trading at near the dead lows. It's trying to firm up now. SPY is trying to push up as well for that high. You can see SPY maybe wants to retest pre-market high in that neckline. Again, SPY hasn't really retraced to this neckline yet. You can see that trend line from your pivot low all the way down here. It wants to kind of hit that double top, what it looks like. DWAC also so risky. Didn't take it. Yeah, DWAC is also. Took Meta. Nice job there. Sorry for us. Nice job there.
And by the way, reverse are going to be
SPY new highs, or trying to at least.
Firm new high a day. Yeah, it looks like we're flagging, but there's a battle going on here.
Yeah, big battle.
This XPO could push up to a new high, guys. It's got a lot of momentum, volume increasing, looking very strong. XPO logistics. You can even argue that it's triggered an inverted head and shoulders here. So this one could be a very strong mover. Look at that move on XPO. It's actually fulfilled the move. Meta's still strong, guys. SPY is testing that high of day, guys. SPY is testing that high of day. SMCI, big bounce in SMCI. We have Amazon starting to weaken now, though. So Amazon, we're still riding those 169 puts. So Amazon's falling as the SPY is pushing up. Amazon's falling as the SPY is pushing up. Amazon's actually triggering this little bearish break here. You can see that little breakdown, intraday breakdown occurring on Amazon. Again, we just needed to hit 169, and then those puts are in the money. Transport stocks are trying to rip here. You still have the Dow negative, but transport stocks are trying to rip. Right now, healthcare, utilities, real estate, staples, industrials, financials, and materials are all down. The strongest sector is communications on the back of Meta, up 3.46. You have energy up 0.5%, and XLK up 0.29, and XLY up.
Oh my goodness. I miss 0 days so much.
SPY is still chugging along here, guys. SPY is still chugging along.
Yeah. I just wanted to take it up to the 21 EMA on the 5-minute, and that lined up perfectly when Mikey said, I think 193, like 0.40, which is like right here.
Apple's still pushing higher here. What a bounce on SMCI.
There we go. Let's get that money. Good job, Jordan. 491.55.
Big push up in the S&P. New highs. Meta still hasn't put in new highs. IWM's firming up now.
IWM up 35%.
SMCI is back to almost a flat side, but you can see at resistance, this is the point where it either flips green or it stays negative. Amazon's trying to get a bid. Tesla's moving higher. Meta's pushing up some more. A huge buy the dip program coming in. And we are ripping, but now the SPY, you see the SPY tagging that little neckline. SPY tagged pre-market high and that neckline and is now selling off here. So we're still riding Amazon 169 puts. Yeah, a lot of action here, Mike. We rode SMCI down. We're still holding a 33% position. We rode SMCI down for 5% on the short side, all the way from this 599. I'm still holding a third of the position. I have SPY 490 puts. They briefly went in the money, but I'm looking for more downside. I have Amazon 169 0 DTE puts. I'm short Meta at 472.11 average, and I'm holding Russell 191 put. And I also have a Netflix put. Energy stocks are trying to firm up here, guys, off of the lows. Energy stocks are trying to firm up.
I'm just holding 5-minute CBC. I still got half position. Sitting at 20%. Dollars through the roof. Oof. See, that's what's like concerning.
The dollar is still trending higher here, guys. This market is going to react. I'm telling you, the S&P is going to go negative today. This dollar is just too strong. We have triggered, without a doubt, finally breaking out of this flag pattern. Look at this green candle on the dollar. Bull flag breakout, inverted head and shoulders breakout. This market's going to go negative, guys. The dollar's just too strong today. Even with mega cap, maybe the Qs stay positive, but the S&P is going to go negative. I think it's definitely more vulnerable to going negative today. Dollar's cooling off now. You can see it's S&P rallying a little bit. Meta's falling from the highs now. Google's falling again. But 104, if we get to 104 today, guys, that's this magic number. And it's very close to hitting 104 on the dollar. But markets are still resilient here on the back of semis being strong, on the back of Meta being a ripper, on the back of NVDA, Amazon. Would you sell the ES here? Yeah, definitely I would short the ES. I'm already short. I'm riding 490 puts on the ES. And I'm riding 191 puts on the Russell. And I'm short SMCI, and I'm short Netflix, and I'm short Amazon, and I'm short Meta. So I'm short everything right here. It's You know, would I sell the ES? I'm already doing it here, but that's the question mark. Are you going to do it? You know, again, you have the backdrops of yields ripping, the dollar ripping. Remember, the discrepancy between small caps down 1% and the Qs up almost 1%, that's too wide of a range. That's too wide of a range right now. And then if oil, right now nat gas is positive. It's trying to firm up 1.61%. Actually, nat gas looks like it wants to have a continuation move higher, probably to the 210, 220 area. But if nat gas starts to firm up, and if oil starts to firm up, oil's down 1.19% right now, but WTI crude just retraced to the neckline of its head and shoulders breakout. You can see, look at that retrace. Pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot. You just tap that. If oil goes positive today, that's going to be another headwind for the market, because right now stocks are liking that oil's fallen again. It's lowering the inflation side. It's lowering the cost of capital for many, many businesses. That's why transport companies are also ripping. But if oil starts to firm up, that's another headwind for the markets. And just look at this Dixie go, guys. This Dixie is just wanting that 104 area. It's just absolutely gunning for it. Meta now selling off harder, guys. Meta is selling off harder here.
Dixie's still rising higher. TNX still higher. I don't like that.
Let's see what the S&P is doing now. Still chugging along. Let's see the QQQ. Qs are still just in this range right now. Let's see if we break this little trend line here. Meta. Let's look at our Meta trade. That one's coming in just a little bit here. Potential head and shoulders on the Meta chart. Head and shoulders at the all-time highs have a very high degree of playing out, a high probability of playing out when they're at the highs of the chart. Still a lot of momentum in Meta. But head and shoulders at the highs of the chart have a very high degree of probability of playing out. That gives you a target of roughly 466 on the charts. SMCI is starting to weaken now. Microsoft's curling down. Apple's still down about 2%. Google down about 2%. Tesla down 2.75%. Let's take a look at this GMBL. What about DWAC? It's got a cool, so NVIDIA, the market cap on NVIDIA is wild. It's just continuing to pump and pump and pump. The amount of liquidity flowing into NVIDIA is absolutely wild. SMCI still continuing to bleed here. We're still riding that short, still riding a meta short. Amazon puts, SPY puts, Russell puts, Netflix puts. Come on, baby. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Pretty much, I think anything you can short in this range. You know, like maybe not Apple. Apple's had a big dip, and it's more oversold in the mega caps. I wouldn't short Apple at the moment. That's a little bit riskier. Amazon's starting to fall now, guys. Look at this. So again, we have 169 puts on Amazon. Amazon again trying to break this little pattern here. Qs are selling a little bit harder now, guys. Qs are selling. Big breakdown there on the Qs. You'll have some minor support at the EMA 113, but really it's looking like I think the Qs could even come back to the flat side. Look at, here we go, guys. This is where the sell, the dollar, guys. Look at this dollar. And if you can't tell, I'm a big bear right now. I'm a big bear. I'm all bearish right now. I am all bearish right now. Look at this dollar. SMCI, give it up, SMCI. Give it up. So yeah, right now we are printing on our SMCI short, already banked a huge. Meta still out of the money on Meta by about $1.20. But our Russell put is starting to also print more profits here. I still want to see the Russell get in the money. Notice how the weak bounce on the Russell. I mean, the Russell was more oversold than the S&P. The Russell only had such a minor bounce in this range here. And when you look at the S&P and the Qs, I mean, they charge just higher and higher and higher here. SMCI maybe finding a double bottom here, so we're going to watch that closely. I'm still watching the dollar, still watching Meta. Dip and rip coming from, sorry, what's that saying? Horse's mouth. 104.60 is the top in the DXY. You think so? We'll see. I don't think that's the top. So you're telling me, Naresh, that after all of this bullish consolidation on the dollar on the daily chart, you've had almost 2 weeks of consolidation here, and you're going to rip just to 104.60. Are you just talking about the dollar top today, or are you talking about the dollar top, like, you know, pretty much for the next little bit? Like today, if it hits 104.60 today, this market's in trouble. But I think it goes way higher than 104.60. Not today, though. I think, you know, my upside target is around 104.08 today. Maybe at these high pivots. I am a day trader, and I'm a swing trader, and I'm an investor. All three. I don't discriminate against any type of investing. I do all three. I have day trading portfolio, swing trading, and I have a long-term investment account. All right, so SPY now is catching a rip. SPY is catching a rip because the dollar is weakening now, guys. The dollar is taking its first little dip intraday, still holding strong, but the DXY and SPY are moving in tandem. I am a mentor too. Yeah, that's amazing, Naresh. That's the best reward. If you can help people fish in this market instead of giving them fish, that's the best way. 100%. I like that answer, Naresh. Made a few new millionaires. That's amazing, Naresh. Hopefully a few more. Keep throwing the picks that you're doing, and you may. All right, so we're seeing SMCI holding this double bottom. It is negative. Microsoft's curling down. Apple's still holding up okay. Amazon's curling down. Tesla's curling down. Meta's pushing back up. DXY is pushing back up. Russell's still just stuck in a bear range. Netflix is trying to put in a 10-minute bear flag. Looks like it wants to break lower. But that move up in Apple is something else there. That's certainly impressive to see. Dollar's taking a little bit of a breather here. Thanks, Sapphires, for the kind words. You know, and that's the beautiful thing about these channels is we're all here watching the markets. We're trying to find opportunities, and the more eyeballs on the market, the better, right? You know, we only have two eyes, so us all conversing, chatting about what we see, what we like, definitely provides an opportunity to make money. And look at this pattern on DWAC. It's looking like it wants to push higher here. You know, upside target on DWAC today we could see DWAC push all the way to 44 bucks, and that's just without any type of squeeze. That's just a pure technical move. All right, guys, I'm going to pick up some DWAC, high risk trade on the long side. Just entered here at 41.61. 41.61. This is just a small position. 41.61. Just going to mark in this little high pivot resistance zone. So we get through this resistance here, and it's going to be off to the races for DWAC. I will add to the position on DWAC. It's risky going long here because the market's weak, but I will add to the position only once at 41 bucks. So let's see. We still have a lot of shorts on the market. Seeing Amazon curling down. Meta's trying to push back up here. S&P is pushing back up again. S&P is going for new highs, guys. S&P is going for new highs.
SPY still holding 10-minute CDC. This also looks like a 30-minute base.
It does not seem that SPY has a lot of momentum to the upside. It seems like it has momentum. It does have momentum. Dollar's falling now. SPY definitely has momentum. You know, when you have mega caps up 20%, NVIDIA up 3%, adding basically a size of a Walmart in a few trading sessions, that's absolutely crazy. New high on SPY. Looks like it wants to gun for a new all-time high. We'll see if that comes into play. SPY is continuing to pump up. VIX is weakening. Bitcoin's pushing up. Don't focus too much on the DXY today. Indices are still pushing up here.
Yes. I told you what to stick. UPST new high a day for those that took the $33 calls.
So SPY still holding firm here.
Mikey, I took those point 133s are already closed, but thank you very much. I heard you.
DWAC starting to push up a little bit here.
Apple's still ripping here.
Amazon's coming down, so our 169 puts are almost in the money, guys. Our 169 puts are almost in the money. So as soon as we start seeing it dip into that 169 zone, I'm going to look to start trimming. I am going to leave half the position as a runner if we dip into that zone. NVIDIA pushing for new highs. Meta just made a new high. SPY Qs. SPY just made a new all-time high. SPY just made a new all-time high.
So if anyone's long here, be scaling some profits to strengthen the spot.
Get it, boys. Let's go. 30 order buy break. I should just tell my normal long. CDC. If I held it short at all today, SPX contracts for QQQ new high again.
So SPY made a new all-time high today on the back of all of this mega cap strength. We're absolutely ripping. Qs are still pushing. The dollar's taking a little bit of a breather here. The Russell 2000 is moving up off of the lows just a tad here. Apple's still charging higher. NVIDIA pushing higher. Meta's continuing to climb. Amazing move on Meta. 21%. I'm shocked we haven't seen a bigger dip yet. I am absolutely shocked we haven't seen a dip on Meta yet. It's continuing to just rip. Apple's almost recovered all of its losses. It's only down 1%. SMCI is still falling here, down 1.6. Tesla's still weak, down 2.8. Semiconductors are insulating things from a Bitcoin back above 43,000. I repeat, Bitcoin back above 43,000. AMD's curling down a little bit here. It's going to put some pressure on the semis, but NVIDIA is still phenomenally strong. I'm still riding my Amazon 169 0DT puts. Still riding an SMCI short. We already took profits on that. Still riding a SPY put, an IWM put, and a Netflix put, and a DWAC long. DWAC is trying to move up here and push for a new high. And again, we break through the 42, let me just see here, on DWAC. We break through the 42.30 area, 42.25, and we could actually squeeze pretty sharply. I still see a massive gap fill on DWAC all the way up at 50, around 50.35. SPY's continuing to rip here, guys. New highs on the SPY, new all-time highs on the SPY. Amazon's still coming in. DWAC really hasn't pushed up yet. But take a look at this gap fill that I'm eyeing on DWAC. We'll see if DWAC can actually fill this gap. Actually, I think it's an intraday gap. Yeah, there's an intraday gap here at this 50.34 that I think DWAC wants to fill before maybe it starts to roll over. So DWAC is pushing and squeezing, guys. Here we go. AMD's falling here. Meta's finally starting to see some selling, still near the highs. Heavy volume coming in on DWAC. Qs are back up 1.26% over pre-market high. SPY's having a massive rip. Dollar softened. Apple almost looking like it wants to go positive. That would be wild. If Apple goes positive, that would be absolutely wild. AMD is starting to roll over. That one looks like a potential fade candidate as it's not really moving up with the market. It's starting to see some distribution. A lotto play on AMD could be, 170. What is it? I like 171.0 DTE puts. That's a kind of a high risk lotto play on AMD. High risk lotto play on AMD. 171.0 DTE puts. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take AMD 171.0 DTE lotto play puts. Okay. I don't recommend you follow me, but that's just what I'm taking. Risking a small amount of capital for a large gain. What moving averages do I use? Yeah, it is Kurt, Mike. You're right. It is Kurt. I use a whole host of moving averages. Mainly I use the 3-day for the short term, which is what you see here on AMD. I use the 7-day. I use the 20-day. These are all simple moving averages. I use the 50-day, and I use the 100, the 200, and then the EMA 113. All right, the dollar softened, SPY's still trending here. Dollar has softened and SPY's still trending. Alright guys, so we're starting to see the markets curl over just a tad here. Tesla trying to test for new lows. Amazon's coming in a little bit sharper now. Same thing with AMD. AMD's falling here, SPY's falling. One of the reasons the markets ended up ripping, and you have to pay attention to the dollar, is the dollar had a 20-minute pullback, and look at the inverse move. Basically, if we go to the 1-minute chart of the dollar, pullback in the dollar, look at this. The high pivot on the dollar really here marked the low pivot on the S&P. You have to pay close attention. It's an identical correlation. S&P marked a low here at 490.37. Dollar marked a high here at 103.98. Boom. Big fall in the dollar, big rise in the S&P. The correlation is absolutely clear, guys. Absolutely clear. So keep paying close attention to that. I still like these AMDs. I'm still riding the SMCI down. We have an in-the-money trade still on that. I still like further downside, even though the markets are absolutely firm and strong here. I want to see if the QQQ, that's the big indice that I'm watching, despite the S&P making new highs, the Qs are now above this neckline. You're now above this neckline, so I'm waiting for a confirmation candle. If the Qs can actually get above that, a confirmed candle, we could actually push for this next pivot zone, which is sitting at 428, give or take. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Just give me a second here. You're potentially getting a bearish crossover on AMD of the short-term 3 and the EMA 113. Hasn't happened yet.
640 call.
Amazon's trying to push back up. SMCI is catching another bid. And again, one of the reasons the market's ripping so much here is Apple was keeping a lid on things when it was down 3.5% in the market, and now it's basically had, a $6 rally to the high side. Still down 0.86%, but it has had an absolute whopping rally to the high side. So that's one of the reasons why the S&P made new highs, because you had Meta breaking out up 20%, Amazon up huge, and then Apple, which was weighing in on the market, just started to firm up at the open and really hasn't stopped since. But a big trend day to the upside, what appearing so far. You still have a huge discrepancy between SPX, QQQ, and the IWM. The 2-year yield is still up 4.11%. The 10-year yield is still up 4.1%. The 10-year yield is actually pushing for new highs. So look for further weakness in the Russell. The 10-year yield is pushing for a new high of day. The 10-year yield is pushing for a new high of day. And that's going to probably keep the dollar near the highs of its session today.
What has been said is that this is the greatest piece of tech that's ever been released.
even people were saying that, like, Ross Sorkin on CNBC was like, yeah, I just stepped into the future. It's not there yet, and I wouldn't buy it, but this is the future.
All right, AMD is seeing further downside, guys. AMD is seeing further downside. Look for the rest of the semi markets to respond. NVIDIA should also follow suit. It's up a whopping amount today. I mean, the amount of TradingView gifted me a month's worth of their plan, so I'm going to put them on. Which real-time market data do you purchase? Sorry, I mean, TradingView gifted me a month's worth of their plan, so I'm going to put them on. Which real-time market data do you purchase? I'm not really understanding your question there, Mike. In terms of my plan, I have the premium account. I just always buy on Black Friday. TradingView has their biggest sale of the year every Black Friday. That's when I renew my membership. It's a 70% discount if you buy the full year plan. So that is the best. That is the best chance to buy the TradingView packages on that Black Friday program. And I always get the premium. I like having it on multiple devices. I like being able to see, 8 to 20 or 8 to 16 screens, windows, unlimited indicators, unlimited alerts, so on and so forth. All right, guys, so the S&P is starting to come in just a little bit here. QQQ is interesting because we're still at that neckline trying to basically come back into things here. I actually move this up here. You can see the Qs are still right at this upper boundary parallel channel. Tesla still at the lows. Apple near the highs. Meta near the highs. So really the mega caps are still holding firm. They're not really breaking down. Our SMCI trade, that's still pulling back. That one still looks much weaker than most names. So I'm still riding that position down after we took profits down here. We still have a 33% of the short position on. SPY's still holding up okay. Let's take a quick peek at the Russell. The Russell's trying to make a little bit of a range break to the high side. But S&P is still acting resilient here. Dollar's trying to push up again. 103.88 on the session. Oh, that's great, Mike. That's great. Jay, hey Kurt, what is your opinion on the Iron Condor strategy? What are you looking at for? Are you looking at it on the SPY or just in general? It's certainly I do like the strategy. It can hedge you both on the long and the short side by getting one long and one short.
Microsoft's also 150 billion bigger than Apple now.
But it's still a risky one. The volatility it's hard to play. What I've found in the market, it's hard to do a lot of these strategies because the market is so volatile, and specifically around zero DTEs. What I've been talking to with one of my investors and friends is that the zero DTE, and sorry guys, I just added to my DWAC at $41. I just added to my DWAC at $41. That's only the second entry that I'm going to do on DWAC, so that brings our average down to 41.35 there. So we are out of the money. If DWAC loses this little pivot zone, I may cut this trade for a loss. Small position, but DWAC is seeing some selling pressure. But sorry, going back to the thing, what I've been talking to with some of my colleagues and investors is that the options market is a dangerous game right now because the zero DTEs, and what I've been discussing is that the zero DTEs have been forcing, a lot of these algorithms, in our market are driven by volatility and are driven by moves. So what's been happening is, since so much of the market, roughly 50%, actually probably more, is really driven by algorithmic trading, these zero DTE options contracts have been forcing the algorithms to react very what's the correct word I'm looking for? They've been forcing algorithms to act incredibly violently. You know, they've been forcing these large outsized moves both in both directions, and it's causing algos to really start to make these crazy irrational decisions. So I mean, zero DTEs have been causing such irrational decisions across the volatility market that these option strategies can sometimes get blown out of the water, which is why I like to keep it simple and just trade, you know, in one direction, you know, where there's just zero DTEs, one DTEs. But I mean, it certainly is a strategy that you can use to make money across different time frames. But the biggest thing in the options market, and that I can always just say, is the time. You know, the time is your best friend. The worst thing is to be caught in a position that's dwindling on time. As you see the position going against you and you don't have time, that is the worst thing that can happen to a trader, in my opinion. That time is so, so critical.
It wasn't a 5-minute squeeze that was flat, and then on that candle close, it did flip upside, but I was already kind of.
All right, AMD is still coming in, guys. AMD is still coming in. Meta's still at the highs of the session. I'm still riding my AMD Lotto put, my a 171 put. Still riding an SMCI short. Still riding a DWAC long. I'm still riding a 560 Netflix put. 560 0DT Netflix put. Still riding a Meta short. We're down on that trade. I'm riding an Amazon 169 put, down on that trade.
NVDA not really following. It did get that initial pullback from the tweeter top, but NVIDIA's held the 9 EMA ever since then. But AMD just completely dropped.
If the dollar is max for the day, is the SPY 0DT unlikely to go in the money? No, not necessarily. You know, the dollar could just be putting in bullish consolidation to move higher. You know, I'm still seeing the yields really, really strong on the session. Dollar is above that little neckline. The dollar's just slowly consolidating right now above that neckline. So if I pull up that DXY chart, you know, the dollar can fall and the markets can also fall. You have to understand, like, at some point we reach like max liquidity in the markets, unless there's just no limit in liquidity. But you think about how much market cap has been added to NVIDIA, how much market cap has been added to Meta, how much market cap has been added to Amazon. Those three companies alone, the amount of money that's flowing into the market, at some point you will get positions to people to start trimming. But the dollar's still just holding above this little breakout trend line intraday. And then the larger daily chart, you know, if I draw in a little bit of a channel, you can see that it's still just holding above this zone here as well. So as long as the dollar holds above this parallel channel, indices can still sell off. At this point, the SPY is putting in consolidation near the high because the dollar is weakening. But again, we've had a massive market strength through many different mega caps, you know, and Apple firmed up. You know, Apple was down 3. The Nasdaq was up 1% yesterday in the post market, and Apple was down 3%, almost 4%, and the Nasdaq was still up 1%. So when you factor in Apple almost going positive, regaining more than half of its losses, that's the real reason the market has started to firm up here and push to new all-time highs on the S&P.
Next week, first week of March.
We are seeing it now starting to come in a little bit of potential double top here. NVIDIA is seeing its first little level of distribution. Pay attention to NVIDIA because that one's been strong all morning. Starting to see the trend potentially weaken. NVIDIA actually triggered this inverted head and shoulders here. So it does imply it has upside. But if you lose this neckline, that's where this market could sell off. You know, NVIDIA has been the powerhouse stock, really. You'll have some support in this vicinity. Call it 650 on the charts. SMCI coming down more, Netflix curling down, AMD curling down, Amazon now curling down. Thank you, Briston. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. You're welcome, Mike. So guys, we're still riding our short on Meta, down slightly. We took massive profits on SMCI, over 5%, still riding more down. We have a high-risk lotto put on AMD. We have a put on the Russell. We have a put on the SPY. We have a put on Amazon. And we have a long on DWAC. DWAC is kind of going against us right now. A little bit, it's looking a little bit vulnerable. DWAC is looking a little bit vulnerable at this point in time. Bitcoin's still pushing up, guys. Bitcoin is still pushing up. Let's just go through some of the mega caps. You know, there's huge divergences across the mega cap market. Microsoft almost up 1%. Apple up down 0.88. Amazon up 6.8. Google down 1.43%. NVDA up a whopping 3.3%. Meta up 20.8%. Huge gains across. Then you look at Tesla. Tesla's getting clobbered, 3% down. Johnson & Johnson down 0.9. Walmart just slightly green, looking like it may want to go negative. Walmart's been a standout stock. It's been absolutely flying to the high side. I do like potentially some puts on Walmart. Let me just take a quick peek at Walmart here. Still chugging along, Walmart. Actually, I'm just going to leave Walmart alone. It's not looking like the greatest. NVIDIA is starting to curl over a little bit here. AMD is falling much, much sharper now, guys. AMD is falling. SPY is still consolidating. So SPY is now bouncing. Oops. This is your previous all-time high pivot where SPY is trying to bounce off of. So it is holding momentum right now. It is definitely holding momentum. Oil's still weak on the session, down a couple percent. In terms of sector performance, you have had many more sectors turn green. Right now you only have XLU negative, real estate negative, staples negative, and materials negative. Transport's turned green. Industrial average is about to turn green if Apple keeps firming. Bitcoin ripping here. Bitcoin is absolutely ripping. SMCI is still putting in a potential 10-minute bear flag to go lower. Remember, we have Powell scheduled on a 60-minute interview on Sunday. Really interesting to see him scheduling that interview after we just had an FOMC press conference. Maybe he's not happy with the market reaction. Maybe the labor market number that came out today, which caused yields in the dollar to spike, is very concerning to him.
But there is a little bit of a learning curve. Yes, definitely. It's a timing thing, right?
SPY's still pushing up, trying to get another bid underneath it, trying to push for new highs on the session.
Damn, somebody fucked up on our team because we closed yesterday at like 81%. What the fuck happened? I think the predictions for the contest tend to hurt a little bit, but hurt everyone equally.
The contest wise, but it's looking.
You actually have a good amount of people in there. The contests are really hard to nail, so everybody gets fucked on. I'm at 100%. What is like one prediction? 8? No, 8. That's solid. That's just good. I think about it. Doing all right. I am at 76% on 20 predictions. That's solid. I'm behind Frank.
So we're seeing the S&P starting to firm up some more, guys. S&P is firming up some more.
You guys are all fucked.
Hey, Philippe. Can you please explain to me what stock yield enhancement program? I got this from Interactive Brokers. Thanks a lot. Stock yield enhancement program. Very interesting. I actually haven't heard of that before. Sounds like they're trying to maybe. Okay, so Stock Yield Enhancement Program offers participating accounts the opportunity to earn additional income from fully paid shares by allowing them to borrow those shares from you in exchange for collateral, and then lend the shares to traders who want to sell them short and are willing to pay interest to borrow. Okay, so basically, say, Philippe, say I want to short Apple and you have 100 Apple shares. Say I want to use those 100 Apple shares to short. I borrow them and you will get paid a little bit of a yield, an interest payment from me. So you're borrowing your shares to someone that wants to short for you, and you can basically be almost like a little market maker, borrowing your shares in exchange for a small interest premium. So it's a nice little program by them. So, I mean, it's probably worth showing up. I don't see the downside risk. I mean, for you to borrow your shares, you know, you're not really taking the risk. You're just collecting the premium.
There's a reason why NVDA is ripping. There's a reason why DOG is ripping. And MDB.
Hopefully that helps make a little bit more sense there, Philippe.
Giving you a signal. They're telling you the next big paradigm shift. Listen to the market.
You're saying AI continue to work its way out?
Software.
IGB. Feedback. IGB.
Salesforce, Microsoft, Adobe, Oracle, Intuit, ServiceNow, Palo Alto. How many holdings does this have? 121 in the top 10 are 60%.
If I may rip out of this flag here. IDEX. Hello. Yep, needs to get over that 195. I'm in puss spread for today, so go baby go. Me, IDEX needs to get over that 197. Fuck that. Well, first you gotta get over 195.
Crazy. Yeah. BlackRock makes $300 million in fees from this IGB ETF.
Yeah, they're 40. Oh my God.
All right, so we're seeing Apple almost going positive. It's down 0.38%. It's looking like it wants its gap fill. So Apple's almost about to go positive on the session. So markets can keep pushing higher as long as Apple keeps surging here. We're picking on AMD because it's pulled in from the highs as the S&P is going higher. We're still riding SMCI. I do like on the long side, if we were to push, I think SOXS is looking nice on the long side for a day trade here, getting some higher lows here on SOXS, and that's as the S&P and the Qs are pushing up. So I do like this 524 entry on the long side of SOXS. But the S&P is still just consolidating near the highs. All right, guys, I am long the SOXS as a day trade. It's a 1/4 position here at 523. I'll basically add to the position if we flush down to 517 and then 512. So we're long the SOXS, which is short semiconductors at the moment. Apple's just about to go positive. Big red to green reversal on Apple, it appears.
Big stick on Apple, do a high of day above 186.50.
I like that one, Chuck. You would.
Hey, Truth. We got a team group chat for
SPY new high of day.
There's a lot of penis entanglement going on. With the chart.
SPY new high of day. Tesla's still weak. Apple almost went positive there and filled the gap. Almost went positive to fill the gap. Nat Gas is trying to break out, so that one's potentially a long trade on Nat Gas. All right, guys, I'm adding more option contracts to my SPY 490 put. I just added a few more cons. I'm still looking for a move down to 490. Dollar's trying to push up. Right now you have gold down 1%, silver still down 2.3. Yields on the long end and the short end are still ripping up 4% respectively. Bitcoin up 0.77.
This is going to be a scalp 620 call February 2nd. Love to see that, Michael. Love to see it today.
I personally don't use iron condors much there, Jer, but I do have some friends that are very profitable with it. It's just there's so much volatility in the options market these days with the zero DTEs that it makes me very skeptical about trying to play some of these variety of strategies. All right, Meta's starting to curl over. I'm still holding a short on Meta, a put on Netflix, a put on Amazon, a put on a few contracts on the SPY. Looking for a move down to 490. I'm still holding a 191 put on the Russell AMD high risk lotto put. We got a lot of positions. Took profits on SMCI.
Someone sold covered calls on Meta last night. Yeah. Now, why would they do that? I don't know, but again, well, okay. So someone sold calls on Meta last night. Currently down 7,000. Now,
NVDA is starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. It's been consolidating above the 7-day moving average now on the 10-minute chart for really since the open. And it's only now starting to potentially lose that short-term moving average. Apple just went positive, guys. Apple just went positive. Filled the gap. I mean, look at that rip on Apple. This might be the high pivot in the market if Apple stops here. I mean, what a green candle bar. Look at that. Head and shoulders negated. One of the viewers, Narish, gave us that 179.50 call on Apple, and look at that rip. Huge bullish engulfing reversal on Apple. And it's looking like it wants to trend higher here. This is a little bit of a scalp zone short on Apple. This is a short zone on Apple. Wild price action there, guys. That's absolutely wild price action. Yeah, I can repeat that, Philippe. So basically, the stock yield enhancement program at Interactive Brokers is where, say you want to short Apple, say you have 100 shares, say you're long Apple, okay, 100 shares, and I want to short Apple with 100 shares. You have the ability to loan me those shares, basically being a little bit of a market maker. You have the ability to loan me those shares and collect a little bit of the premium, the interest on borrowing me those shares. So it's just like going to the bank, and when you borrow money, you have to pay interest. It's basically the same thing. If I borrow the shares from you, I'm going to pay you interest. So IBKR allows you as the client to collect the interest if you're willing to borrow those shares to someone. A little bit of a bigger drop coming into Meta, guys. Remember, we still have a full position short on Meta. I have a full position short on Meta. We're out of the money, 472.11. We have a full position short on Meta. We are out of the money. I am seeing the dollar trying to gain more legs here. DXY is still trying to gain more legs.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I asked him what did he sell the call out, like the premium, and he told me the exact price. I'm waiting for the actual answer.
You need the strike price.
Yeah. He told you the strike price. What's the strike? No. He told me
Dollar trying to charge up again here. Coinbase has flipped negative in a strong Bitcoin market. TradingView wants their money too. I can only do 5 indicators now instead of 2. Yeah, TradingView. That's how they limit you, right? They limit you to the amount of indicators. You know, but you can see on these charts, I don't use too many. I mean, I have a whole bunch of other screens with other moving averages and indicators, but honestly, like, I don't use too many indicators. A lot of people use MACDs, VWAPs, which are good and all fine and dandy. But for me, personally speaking, I just use moving averages, trend lines, and a little bit of RSI divergences. And volume. Volume's big too.
he's gonna get called away. And he should be happy.
Tesla looks like it still wants to trend lower, down 3.25%. S&P a little bit more harder sell side pressure coming into things. A little bit of a harder sell side pressure. Yeah, Philippe, it's nothing dangerous for you. No problem, man. No problem. Now, Philippe, the only thing I'd caution you for is, say you do sign up for that program, and you are borrowing your shares. I don't know what the explanation is. Say you borrow your shares of Apple to someone because they're shorting, and then you sell your Apple position. I just don't know what the ramifications would be then. Maybe you have to have your shares on hand all the time. I'm not too sure. It's probably just a program designed more for long-term investors. So if you're a long-term investor, I think it's okay. But if you're more of a swing trader where you're buying and flipping positions quickly or in a shorter period of time, then there could be ramifications in the sense that I don't know if you probably have to have your shares on hand all the time in order to borrow them. So just kind of read that little fine print, but there shouldn't really be any damage or any sort of risk for you. All right, so Microsoft curling down a little bit here. Meta saw a small little pullback, nothing crazy. Tesla's still weak. Apple filled its gap, went briefly positive. Now it's getting rejected at that gap. We'll see if it can push up again. Qs are still fighting a resistance trend line that I'm looking at. You're still fighting that neckline area. You haven't really got above that yet.
Yeah, no, I'm grabbing it.
NQ short, scalp, 10 minutes, CPC trades.
Get back to CVS, the 3-day for the premium just from earnings to burn off.
Yeah, you're right, 100%.
I mean, unless you're doing a 0 day, but you can put trades back out. Not premium burn off, but anything off of it. Those some Oh, Mikey, that SMCI reversal looks juicy. Oh, Mikey.
I did it right.
Oh, Mikey.
Anyone adding to Meta short? Yeah, I'm short Meta at 472.11 day trade. It's not that down. I mean, for its outside move to the upside, I mean, for it to pull back a few percentage is not out of the question. So, I mean, my average is on Meta short is sitting at 472.11. That's roughly down 0.68% from its current price. You know, it's not that big of a move, you know, considering it's up over 20%. You just get a simple fib retrace to the first fib level, the two. Let's just see what we can see here. Let me just do a quick fib from that gap up move. So just a simple retrace on Meta, if we get a bare minimum retrace from just its initial gap up move, the big earnings gap up, not even taking into account the previous 5 weeks of upside, just the initial gap up move, you get a simple 236 retrace today. That puts you at around 460, 459.86, which implies basically a potential drop from current levels, about a 3.3% drop. And that's certainly not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah. That and the dollar is still at highs and pushing.
Apple trying to go green.
I think it just, wasn't it? I think it just was for a second there.
Yeah.
DWAC's taking a little bit of a hit here, a decline on DWAC. There's a decent decline on DWAC. S&P still holding firm. Meta's still holding near the highs. Yeah, the amount of indicators is insane. The amount of indicators is insane. You know, now I do have a lot of moving averages on my other screens. I'm trading with 3 30-inch monitors, 2 cell phones, an iPad, and a computer here. So I got multi. For the stream purposes, I keep it super clean, just trend lines, and the EMA 113 usually I have on my chart, which I don't even think I have it on right now. So I'll flip that EMA 113 on for the SPY and for Meta. But I do keep a bunch of other moving averages on my chart on my other screens because I like to look at the indices, you know, the SPY, the Q, the Russell. I like to look at it on like 10-minute time frames, hourly time frames, 4-hour and daily. But I do like cleaner looking charts. So SMCI is trying to push up. Same thing with AMD. All right, big sell side candle in the SPY there. Potentially your first little lower high. Yeah, I got with many monitors. I should take a picture of my setup and show you.
What about what paper? Have you forgotten about your charge yet? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I have heard of people playing with ChatGPT to create algos. You know, again, the one thing I caution you, and I was actually listening to one of my buddies, I hadn't thought about this perspective, but once he told me, he says the algos right now are made by humans, you know, driven by pure technicals and quant, really no emotion. But the problem with the algos these days is although they're really, really good, the introduction of zero DTEs have caused algos to react very irrationally, which is why you see these late day pushes and late day flushes. Those are the algos being kind of manipulated by the options market.
15-minute hold flag.
My average on Meta is 344 with an outsized position. It's confused right now. 344. Dang, 344. Oh wow, yeah, you're short all the way down there. Yikes. Yeah, so that's the risk. I mean, I you know, full disclosure, I just started accumulating a short on Meta with my members via swing trade, so my average is way up there. But that's a tough one to try to digest there. Dang. It's a really tough one. You know, I don't know, and again, none of this is financial advice, dang, but I don't know how big of a position that is. If it's outsized, I don't know how much of your percentage of your portfolio you're in that trade. You know, you're stuck all the way down at 344 right now. That's what the market's doing right now. It's squeezing guys like you out, and it's causing Meta to just go parabolic. So this is kind of what happened with NVIDIA. You're down 38%, and I hope you have ability to manage and maneuver that position. You know, but that's a tough one to be down. Do I think Meta will pull back? I do. But then you start listening to upside targets based off of their earnings, and Meta could push to, you know, you're having upside revision targets on Meta to 700, 750. Whoa, big push on the SPY there, guys. Huge breakout on SPY there. And that was because of Apple. Apple got a huge rip there. Look at this squeeze. So this is now a short covering squeeze, guys. This is a short covering squeeze. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know how big of a position that is in your portfolio. You know, so you're kind of, you're at a big inflection point there. 12% of your portfolio. Yeah, that's a big move, you know. Do I think it comes down? I do, but typically after a strong earnings report like that, it really stays elevated for several days unless you get a big market sell. So to take Meta down right now, it's not going to go down by itself. It's going to have to take the market. But that was a huge surge on the S&P 500 there. Massive surge. You're almost coming to the high end of my range. I've given my members a max target of 496.36. You do have a resistance spot here at 494. But look at this move on the S&P. You really are overbought now intraday. You haven't really had a pullback. Meta is starting to fall here.
Affirm 260%, CLA 700.
So I think what we're seeing here is a big short squeeze. This is a big squeeze in the market. You know, when you have mega caps up this much, you're seeing a squeeze of epic proportion here. People are caught, over leveraged. Now it's just about managing the risk appropriately. All right, guys, I just added to my SOXS long day trade. I just added to my SOXS long at 517. 517 here. So that's our second entry. Seems like there's a bull market today. I have puts on SPY and Amazon and getting slaughtered. Yeah, I know. It's the SPY is just trending higher here. Trending. It's a little bit of a squeeze, short squeeze going on. That's what's causing this big outsized move. People having to cover Meta, people having to cover NVIDIA at all-time highs. You had people shorting Apple at the lows, having to cover. You think about the move and the market dynamic, but the one positive is, that this dollar is still trending and trying to push for that 104. So at some point, this market should have some profits taken. The amount of liquidity that's pushed into the market today is absolutely unbelievable. Just in NVDA alone, Amazon and Meta is just incredible. And I mean, this is where portfolio positioning and management comes in. Yeah, I do think the market will fall at some point. You just have to be patient. Look at the big reversal on Amazon that it just did. Starting to see some sellers creep into the picture here. So it's just a matter of staying positioned correctly, using your capital wisely, never going over levered. I mean, it's tough because we all want to just make maximum profit, and we go in all in full port on a trade. And that's when the market rips you and takes advantage of you. So I'm still remaining short here on my positions. We've covered a huge SMCI trade already. Still in the money on that. And it is a Friday, so historically the markets like to close positive on a Friday with a VIX Crush Friday. But once that dollar hits that 104 level, guys, which it's getting close to, you mark my words, we're going to hit a sell side program here. If it hits 104 today, it's going to hit a sell side program in the indices.
This is where you bounce, you fucker. Come on.
I have a feeling at some point it's going to get better. Yeah, it's hard right now to fight the trend because mega caps are just ripping, but the dollar's ripping too. Yields are ripping as well. Yields keep making new highs of day. And there's still a lot of weakness in this market. It's just really a mega cap strength rally. And the mega caps have an ability to hold up a lot better than the small caps, which is why you have the Russell down. But just keep in mind, I mean, one of the reasons I said don't short the lows at the pre-market is because if you short the lows, you're underwater. And one of the reasons this market keeps trending higher here is because so many people took the S&P 500 basically short at this zone because they saw Apple down. They saw, all right, Meta's probably going to pull back. And I said, wait for the pop. Wait for the pop in the indices before we get short. And even I waited, and we're still down on a couple trades. But really, the market hasn't seen a pullback yet, and the dollar's still climbing here. But once 104 hits, we're approaching that resistance now. You're going to see this market probably hit some profit taking and sell side. You're going to have algos trigger the sell side program. So I still am confident in my short trades. Again, I'm still writing SMCI. I'm still writing an AMD put. Still have a SPY put, an Amazon put, a Netflix put, a Russell put. It's just, you can't over leverage yourself because too many people do that. They get greedy, and then that's when the market makes fools of all of us. The best traders are ones that can use their capital to maneuver. That's the biggest thing and lesson that you can learn as an investor and trader is you always want to give yourself maneuverability, how to work your average. Like I remember one trade, I was investing in Chinese stocks. It's funny, the stock that slaughtered me, well, I ended up pulling it back to basically break even, but GOTU. I'll show you this GOTU ticker. Let me just pull this up. So I was caught in a downdraft. Basically, where was that downdraft? Yeah, it was all the way up here. I was buying this GOTU stock right here at $9. And then I remember waking up, China implemented I was like, oh, this is getting oversold. You're coming into a bearish wedge. You know, this one should bounce. So I was accumulating here, small position, and then I woke up. And look at that gap down. It gapped down about 64% on me. And because I used proper position sizing and management, I was able to basically wait a couple days, snipe the lows, double my position, and get out just with a small loss. So it's all about maneuverability in this market, because the algos are so smart. They'll chop you up and spit you out, and they know when you're over levered. They really do. NVIDIA is still pushing for new high of day. NVIDIA is still pushing. NVIDIA is still surging here, guys. Markets are absolutely flying to the high side. QQQ just filled another major gap. QQQ just filled another major gap here at the 428.20 level. It's a big resistance zone. Really now the only resistance is going to be your previous all-time high. So this big squeeze is happening in the market. This is a short squeeze of epic proportion. Big short squeeze.
I gave away, but that's all right. I'm trading small today.
All right, you have a new neckline on Meta now. You have a little new neckline on Meta. Potential head and shoulders here. SPY still trading at the highs. Dollar still almost at the highs as well. Again, QQQ's into a massive gap resistance zone. Massive gap resistance zone. Really, it's going to take NVIDIA to calm down. Apple's starting to come in a little bit more now.
You guys want to scalp? It's pizza.
428.20 was a level that I had on QQQ. It's a really big spot.
Again, the people that are over levered are getting squeezed, and you're feeling nervous, and emotions are kicking in right now because the market just keeps on crunching and marching. At some point, we will get a pullback. It's just, can you weather the storm in your account? Can you check your emotions? Are you over levered? That's the thing about position management. Never, ever risk all of your capital in one trade, guys. That is just a recipe for disaster. You risk all of your capital in one trade, and you're asking to be chewed up and spit out by the market. New highs on the SPY, new highs on the SPY.
We should hit 494. We might even extend that spot.
You now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hourly green candles in a row on the S&P. 8 hourly green candles in a row on the S&P. Look at this move on the S&P. Massive move. So you're above that trend line, well above that little neckline. Your next little resistance is if you drop this. So we can do it from here. So the SPY might want to get to this 494. It might. But I mean, look at this extension move. Getting crazy overbought zone. Microsoft's pushing up. Bitcoin's finding some resistance now. Indices keep charging higher here. SMCI is still lagging the market. Tesla's still lagging the market. NVDA up 4.25%. Russell still negative. Dollar still pushing higher here. It's about to hit 104 on the dollar. We're about to hit that 104 zone on the dollar. Kind of almost at a double top as well. NVIDIA is still surging. NVIDIA. What a monster. What a monster. This is the type of price action that really tests people's patience. It's that rubber band theory. It stretches the band from one side so far to the other. And typically when you stretch it so far to one side, you get a big snapback. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. We will see.
I sold a couple of call on Meta. Okay. So what did you buy your shares at? I bought them at 371. So you bought 100 shares at $371. Okay.
If you're a believer in mean reversion, if you're a believer in Newton's third law, we should have a reaction at some point to the downside. Again, if we're just seeing squeeze, people are being squeezed out of their positions, forced covering, forced buying. Tesla buy, how much for long term? I don't like Tesla yet here. I don't like Tesla. Look at the markets. The markets are at new all-time highs today, and Tesla is pretty much at the lows of its earnings. Is that relative strength or is that relative weakness? You know, we don't have to overcomplicate it. Sure, it's oversold. Could it get a bounce? Yes, but I don't see that bounce. I see it taking out the low, and that low could be taken out today. You know, I have buyable levels with my members that I've discussed, but it's lower. It's lower. All right, the dollar just hit 104. 104 was just tagged on the dollar. Let's see what happens to the S&P here. This is now the critical tightening zone for emerging markets. I repeat, the dollar is, if it stays above 104, that's the U.S. exporting inflation to emerging markets. That is the U.S. exporting inflation to emerging markets. So far, little reaction.
Anything else? Your trade worked. Yeah, I lost 5K, right? No, you didn't. No, I tried to. You didn't lose 5K. No. He was texting me. He tried to counter that with other options. Yeah, no. See, that's what you can do. Well, now you learn, right? But $15
So that's 1/3 of your profits. Is your right? Well, no, actually, that's all of your profits. I mean, that's like
Qs are still holding up exceptionally well. SPY still pushing for new highs as the dollar's taking a breather.
Yeah, next time it's just kind of like let it go. You have $1,000. You bought the shares. You intended to sell them with that exact premium that you elected.
Microsoft still charging higher. Meta's making another push.
In tandem to the other trade. 500% gain on SPX. I mean, that's what people, especially with that, you get all lucky. This is I'm not choosing this spot.
There's the Amazon squeeze upside.
Trying to overmanage can get real. I mean, as you know, can get real funky. It's not. Usually, it's just better to clean, leave it as is. But yeah, if you ever get called today, selling, calls.
NVDA up to 658 now and squeezing. Apple's gone back to the negative side, pulling in. Microsoft's at the highs of the session. Meta's trading near the highs of the session. Semis are still holding firm here. SMCI is still weak. AMD is still putting in potentially a lower high. Yeah, Amazon's taking off here, going for a new high of day. Again, things are squeezing heavy here. This is a pure squeeze, short squeeze. There's clearly a lot of over-levered people. At some point, the squeeze will end. It's just markets want to draw maximum pain. Maximum pain, maximum gain. You know, I mean, we already had one unfortunate viewer in the stream mention that he was down substantially on his meta, getting squeezed. You know, that's the position that many people are in right now. You know, a lot of people were shorting Meta going into earnings. We stayed away from it. A lot of people were shorting Amazon going into earnings. We stayed away from it. A lot of people shorted Apple at the lows, seeing that Head and Shoulders breakdown and forcing a squeeze, having to cover at the lows and forcing it to get bid up. Again, the dollar's still at that 104 zone, a clear technical breakout on the DXY. That's telling us that inflation is going to come back, or there's a global conflict, something of that nature.
Have a great week. Thanks for helping that guy out. Yeah, sorry. It sucks in that situation. I'm pretty sure everybody who's initially.
I see $800 calls loaded and $700 calls. About 700,000.
The Apple 185 clicks.
Meta just made a new high. In terms of sector performance, you have every sector green except for XLB, materials, staples, real estate, and utilities. SPY pretty much has hit my extension move for the day. We'll see if it starts to squeeze even higher here. The 10-year yield making new highs. Same thing with the 2-year yield, continuing to grind. Dollars continuing to grind. Markets are not reacting to any of the yields or dollar, which is telling me that this is kind of almost like just a one-day blip. Like, markets can stay irrational, but at some point they will react. Yeah, everything's overbought right now. The only thing not overbought is pretty much Apple, and Apple intraday slight overbought, but it's coming from a deeply oversold territory. Tesla's really the only mega cap that's not overbought.
I mean, my gift in the morning did say fuck your push. Good.
Apple taking profit here for 20% on the puts.
So not. I hope they can trade.
But again, we're just in a short squeeze environment, guys. I've been saying that, and it's definitely apparent here. People are getting squeezed out of their positions. It might be a margin call Monday. What's interesting is you take a look at this 10-year yield. It's just been marching higher here, guys. Just been stair-stepping its way up. Let's look at the Russell 2000. That one's still negative. It's caught a nice bid off of the lows. But look at this move on SPY. Phew.
Turkey. Stuff like you like. Dobby, non-stop ripper.
NVDA 650 is up 1,120%.
All right, indices are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure now. Still really at the highs of the session. Nothing crazy here. Meta is still at the highs. Amazon's still pushing. Bitcoin's still above 43. Apple slightly negative. Microsoft still up 1.6. All right, I just added again at 515 here to my SOXS, 515. My average is now sitting.
The winter fucking soldier today. Been on a non-stop base ripper.
So far the best performing mega cap stock is obviously Meta. Then you have Amazon up 8%. You have Meta up 21.3%. NVIDIA up a whopping 4.6%. What's crazy is NVIDIA's market cap is now 1.63 trillion. It's almost overtaking Apple or Google and Amazon. It's very close to overtaking though. That's wild. Tesla under 600 billion now. It's at 583 billion market cap. Crazy, crazy, crazy price action. All the yields are still pushing up here. All the yields are still pushing up. Again, my average on this SOXS is now 517. You can see the SPY, seeing the indices finally start to see a little bit of downward pressure. Still exceptional strength though. You know, when you have Meta up 21%, NVIDIA up 4% respectively, it's not a straight shot down for this market. You should see some profit taking, but again, it's not a straight shot down. Potential 10-minute topping tail on the Qs. 10-minute topping tail on the Qs, guys. Hoping it will drop. Yeah, I think it will drop to 169. There's still a great shot that was. I'm still confident in the trade. Seeing a little bit more weakness creep into the picture here. You know, it's really going to have to take some, I think once NVIDIA starts topping out here and falling, that's kind of your big market signal that, okay, maybe there is a near-term top in the market. I'm still riding that SMCI position down, which we're still banking. I still have the same thesis that I could see this one going all the way to 555. So we were short up here at 599. That was our big winner on the session. Let's look at the Russell. Russell's losing the EMA 113. I'm still riding 191 puts. Meta, still a powerhouse today. Down on that trade at the moment. But again, it really hasn't had any sort of meaningful pullback. Obviously, Amazon puts are slightly against us here. And this is a teachable moment of using position management accordingly. Using position management accordingly. All right, dollar's getting rejected at 104 again, which is why indices are catching a small bounce here. SPY right back up. And why? Dollar falling. Getting rejected. All right, I just added a few more cons up here to my 490 puts on SPY. I just added a few more cons up here to my 490 puts.
I'm just curious, did anyone here not have the reversal of the market balance for their groups? Wait, what? Hades? I don't understand a word you said. Listen, free markets, mine was just like a dumpster fire.
Google is now firming up here. So now another mega cap that was down a couple percent is almost trying to go green. So again, what we've seen here is kind of your classic bear trap where they take Google green, they force Google lower, they take Apple lower. They force so many people in on the short side, and then they rip it up, grab that liquidity, and then you mark my words, they're probably going to take this market down and retrace a lot of this whole move. You know, it's just a matter of grabbing maximum liquidity, causing maximum pain. If you throw in a fib retrace from this gap up, 50% retrace takes you to this 491 zone. Such wild price action. It really is. And you have to take these days and digest it and learn from it, because days like these are a teachable lesson to really, really emphasize, position management. I've had a lot of nervous people in the chat here asking if we're ever going to go down, That's kind of a sentiment to me that, you know what, we probably will go down at some point, because there's a lot of people that are showing their emotions, which means that people are over leveraged, which means that there's arbitrage opportunities in the market for market makers. The emotions that are coming through the chat are a real telltale sign for me, because it's telling me that since people are getting emotional in their positions, it's telling me they're over levered. And that is an opportunity for market makers to grab that excess liquidity. So again, it's a learning lesson here. Every day we just have to digest and learn. New high on the 2-year yield, still up 4.66%. 10-year yield as well, also pushing up higher. Silver and gold are reacting to the higher yields. Same thing with the miners. Small caps are also reacting. So again, this is just a mega cap tech rally. More saturation in the mega caps. They seem to be invincible. If SPY falls to 49, it'll be a good day for you. Yeah, if you took this SMCI trade with us, it's already been a great day. So a lot of these puts that I've been taking are rolling in from the profits on SMCI. We had a full position short on SMCI. We had a full position short on SMCI all the way up from this 599.61 level. And we rode it down pretty much to the low, and I'm still riding a third of the position short. So I took these profits and I rolled a lot of them into these options contracts. Whenever I trade options, my positions are a lot lighter because I know the volatility is immense. When I trade commons, I'm much, much more confident when I go in on common shares. $489 target on the S&P. It could get there. That's a pretty big sell-off. I prefer 490 myself. 489 could happen. That takes it back to the negative side. Again, it's a little bit difficult for the market to go negative. You're going to have to take a big sell-off in Meta, Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA. Remember, Apple firmed up from down 3.5%. So it's going to be difficult for the S&P to close negative, with those mega caps still holding its gains. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's just very rare for that to happen. You have NVIDIA up tremendously. So it's going to have to take a broad market pullback in a lot of these mega cap names to close negative. And again, this is a pure short squeeze. This is a 100% short squeeze rally now. Still have a lot of red on the screen. The likes of Intel down 1.9. Enphase solar stocks under pressure. Marijuana stocks under pressure. Still have a few sectors, a lot of selling under the hood. You do have commodities down across the board. Nat gas is showing some strength, but you have copper down, oil down, lumber down. They're reacting to the stronger dollar. And then you have a complete divergence in mega cap land, not really reacting to the dollar yet. All right, so I'm seeing a potential 10-minute topping tail on NVIDIA. I want to see if the volume comes into the picture. We need to see an increase in volume on that to make sure it's a potential top in the NVIDIA semiconductor market. So I am seeing a potential topping tail. But I know a lot of people that were shorting Meta into earnings. Naresh and I were even talking about that yesterday on the stream. And now you're seeing the over-levered people getting taken to the woodshed. For us to make profits in this market, so a little exhaustion signs appearing in NVIDIA. We are seeing NVIDIA starting to sell off, put in a 10-minute topping tail. Decent amount of volume, not that crazy, but it is starting to give the semiconductors some near-term exhaustion. So here's the thing, okay. I've been saying once the market will likely sell once we see the dollar hit 104. We're at that 104. The markets can stay irrational for a day or two, especially when you have hype around Meta, Amazon, NVIDIA strong, Microsoft strong. So the markets can stay irrational. You know, we could close at the highs here. But if the dollar right now is tightening mode for the emerging markets. So we may not see the markets react. I would say the markets will probably react today, but they can stay irrational. You think about how many shorts are caught off guard on these mega cap moves being squeezed. So markets can stay irrational for a day or two or even a week. But at some point, if the dollar holds this level and we have a beautiful technical breakout, what does that do? What does that mean? You know, I think we're in this stage of the dollar where we're kind of roughly here, August of 2023 on the dollar. I think we're kind of in the same stage on the dollar. So let's try to find that same period here. You know, and look, the markets ended up selling in that August period when the dollar got above that EMA 113, right over here. Markets ended up selling, bounce, selling, bounce, selling. So I think we're in that similar stage. You know, you can stay irrational for a day or two or a week, but at some point, if this is a real meaningful breakout on the dollar, which it looks technically speaking like one, then you should see the markets react. It's just, again, people are over levered right now. People are over levered. And this is the importance of position management. NVIDIA right back to the highs, Meta at the highs as well. Again, Google's almost done a red to green reversal, so that's another form of strength in the market where people shorting Google on weakness, and now Google's almost done a reversal. People shorting Apple on weakness. Apple's done a reversal. Meta new highs, pushing for 490. I'm just eating a bit of lunch here, guys, so I'm just going to mute the mic just for a brief moment, but I'm still here. I'm watching the charts, watching things progress. Still holding my Amazon puts, my SPY puts, AMD high risk lotto, shorts on SMCI, my common shares short, Netflix puts, my Russell 2000 puts. So I'm still holding. Even if we look at the IWM, you potentially now have a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern forming. Here's your left shoulder, here's your head, here's your right shoulder. You break this little neckline on the IWM here, and we could see a decent flush. Huge volume in Meta off of that high pivot reversal. But really, until NVIDIA starts giving up some of its gains, this market could stay buoyant. So you actually have the DXY falling much sharper now, losing 104 again, which is why the indices are bouncing. I find it so fascinating that Tesla hasn't really caught a bid at all, despite the amount of liquidity that's flowing through the market today. Tesla's really caught no bid. When you see price action like that on Tesla, it's catching no bid. SMCI's at the highs, QQQs are near the highs, and Tesla's at the lows. It's telling us that this head and shoulders that is triggered on Tesla, this intraday one, is likely going to play out. And I hope it plays out because I want to buy Tesla cheaper. If this plays out, this downside target on this head and shoulders, we're looking at about a target of around $88, breaking below this 2023 pivot low. That would be a back up the truck type of moment on Tesla. All right, NVIDIA just made a new high. So again, this market is still showing great resiliency. Wow, look at the short squeeze in NVIDIA, guys. That thing is just squeezing to the moon, which is forcing the Qs higher and the whole market higher. NVIDIA is just pumping up here. Listen, there's always a chance that Meta can sustain this rally. There's always a chance. You know, I can't say with certainty, with 100% certainty that it is, but you know, you're overbought on every metric. From what I know from investing and trading, there's a lot of funds right now that have Meta. With this recent move in Meta, the Meta position in their portfolio is much higher than what their allocation rules allow them to be. So you should see some profit taking. But again, what's also happening on the flip side is you have now funds that probably didn't catch this move and who are trying to chase it higher. And you also have funds that are getting squeezed short. So a lot of moving dynamics, which is why it's always important to wait a couple days just to see. But I do anticipate a pullback. I could at least see at minimum, and you know, the Meta was up 5 weeks in a row heading into this. I could see at least a retrace to 440, at least. You know, you'll have some really big support at 407, and then obviously your gap fill back at 395-ish, 394. But you should see a pullback in Meta at some point. You know, I mean, you have a daily RSI trading at 86.92. You have a weekly RSI that's even higher. Whenever the weekly RSI is higher than the daily, that's telling you that there's likely a near-term top in the actual underlying stock. So, I mean, I think this is probably one of the most overbought charts ever for Meta, ever in its history. You know, an 87.1 on the RSI. Now, just an overbought RSI doesn't mean it has to pull back. It just means that you've had such a crazy parabolic reaction that anybody who's not taking profits is just asking for trouble. For instance, I mean, in 2013, your RSI hit a high of basically, that was your next previous high, around 84. So Meta has a way, way higher RSI. I think it is the most overbought RSI. Again, it doesn't mean it has to pull back. It just means that there's likely going to be some sort of profit taking that should occur. And honestly, the amount of Meta short questions in this chat is kind of a good sentiment. It's making me actually want to accumulate much, much more on the short side for my swing trade. It's making me want to accumulate much, much more. NVIDIA is still trying to push higher here, up 5.27%. NVIDIA could overtake, I wonder if it could overtake Google today. Or Amazon. Maybe not Google. Let me just see what Amazon is. 1.77, 1.77. They're both really the same, Amazon and Google. As a day trade, my meta cost is 472.11. 472.11. Yeah, those are still good averages. I mean, we haven't seen any sort of a pullback. Again, it's just in squeeze mode. It's looking like it wants to hit 481. It just tagged 481. Markets are still squeezing. NVIDIA is still squeezing. Yeah, even SOX is going down. I do have the next ad level coming up here around about 506. 506. I will prepare to add in my SOX position. But it's just insane price action today. Absolutely insane. So the S&P just made a new high there. And again, what's interesting is there's many stocks not participating in this rally. You know, the likes of Tesla, SMCI is lagging. You know, a lot of stocks in the broad market are lagging this rally. I just added to my semis SOXS here at that 507. This now brings my average down to 511. 511 on the semis. SM SPY still trying to push higher here. Still no pullback in sight. Still no pullback in sight. Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA's in price discovery mode. You know, it's overbought. There's no real resistance levels that I'm seeing. I mean, there's one little trend line. The SPY is hitting resistance right now. You can see it's hitting daily chart resistance here. This parallel channel basically goes all the way back to your pre-COVID high, all the way in 2020, connecting through this break support zone, connecting through your big bounce pivot before your bigger breakdown, this pivot high in 2022. We're now literally just tagging that upper range as we speak. I've told my members that I think we could push all the way up to 496. That's my max move, but the extension move for today on the SPY has hit. I actually had an extension move for the SPY, the calculated target of 494. We're probably just seeing overshoot because we're in a squeeze environment. You know, I mean, in terms of NVIDIA resistance trend line, you know, there's only really one trend line I see which could put you back up to about 669, so another $5. But the SPY has hit my measured move for the day. I don't anticipate too much more upside. You know, and you are seeing, and again, not everything's participating in this rally. It's a handful of stocks, right? Handful of stocks. You've got a lot of red on the screen. You've got a lot of red on the screen. To put into perspective, I mean, you have the SPY up 1%, QQQ up 1.8. You have more stocks red than green today, which is pretty crazy to think. The SPY is at all-time high, but more stocks are red. So what is that telling you? It's telling you that saturation in mega caps is just continuing, and that's just the way it is right now. You just have to respect that price action. But again, for Tesla to not be participating is a pretty bearish sign for that stock. But there's many other names in the S&P that aren't participating. Let's keep our eye on that Dixie chart. And mean, at this point in time, NVIDIA is really the powerhouse. NVIDIA, Meta, continuing to push. Apple kind of getting rejected at a double top zone. Apple might be at a double top. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft's still surging as well. Google actually went green. So that's another mega cap that flipped from red to green, which is why we're having a big outsized rally. Another mega cap flipping green. And QQQ is gunning for a new all-time high. It's just a few pennies away from making a new all-time high. But I mean, look at this NVIDIA chart. It's just gone to the moon. Whew. And you wonder what's going to happen with Tesla if the market does sell off. It's already down 3%, but the Qs are up 1.8. So virtually no liquidity. I think what we're also seeing is liquidity coming out of Tesla flowing into semis. EV stocks getting pounded, just flowing into semis here. I'm still riding my SMCI. That one again is also lagged today, not participating, down 2%. AMD's performed well, up 3.85%. Still have the 2-year yield and 10-year yield putting in new highs, up 4.5 respectively and 4.25. SMCI still riding that short. Let's see what this bear flag breaks gets us. So SMCI could have a move down to 544 today. That would not shock me. But again, we really have to wait for NVIDIA to give us this topping signal. Huge bearish divergence occurring now on the intraday time frames. Just added more puts on Amazon. If it gets down to 160, I'll make a killing. Just be careful with Amazon. The high pivot was around in the post market was around that 174.28. I haven't quite added yet. I've been intrigued to potentially add more, but I'm just waiting a little bit. We have a lot of exposure on the short side yet. I'm interested in adding as well, but I just haven't pulled the trigger quite yet. But it's looking intriguing up here. It is looking intriguing. You're at a double top. I mean, markets are overbought. They've gone absolutely parabolic. Bitcoin's starting to soften up just a tad now. All right, I just added to my Amazon puts as well up here at 172.42, 172.42. I did add another lot of contracts there on the put side. We'll see if we still get a little bit of more of a downdraft. SMCI is still trickling lower. The Russell's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Wow. The amount of liquidity that NVIDIA has just added today, and it hasn't even had earnings, is just incredible. Just want to do a quick calculation here. So 1.775 plus about, what was it, 5.8%. Holy shit. The amount of hundreds of billions of dollars that just flowed through the queues is quite astronomical. Quite astronomical. It's really amazing. All right, so SMCI, that one's still printing for us. Slightly down on Meta still. That one is actually kicking our butt. No sugarcoating it right now. But I'm still confident in the trade. Amazon, I still could see 169 being hit today. The SOXS is starting to perk up just a tad here. So basically we're just slightly flat on our SOXS trade now. Big drop on the S&P there. All right, so this is now maybe the sell that we've been waiting for. This is maybe the sell side candle that we've been waiting for. Still a lot of strength in the market, so you're going to have buy the dip, but perhaps the squeeze is over now. Perhaps the squeeze is over. All right, our SOXX, we're now in the money. Our SOXS, we're now in the money. Now we need Meta to fall. Everything is coming in pretty sharply now. Again, Newton's third law. You know, that rally was just extreme mania. And now we're seeing a big sell side candle. Dollar back above 104. Semis have firmed up quite nicely here. Or the SOXS trade. Look at this fall, guys. Look at this fall now coming into fruition. So just like that, boom. Just like that, eh? We added SPY puts, we added Amazon. Amazon's, holy. This is what I've been waiting for. This is exactly what I've been waiting for, guys. That type of a sell side candle is excellent. SMCI is still printing for us, guys. SMCI is still printing. So our trades are looking a little bit better now. Amazon's coming in sharply. Still going to have a lot of momentum that wants to buy this dip. A lot of momentum wants to buy this dip. Yep, it is dumping real hard right now. What do you think of weekly call in SQQQ? I love it. I love it. Especially with this dollar breakout today. I love that trade. The VIX actually just went positive. The UVXY guys just went positive. So this is where things get really interesting, because just in a matter of 1 to 3 minutes, you've wiped out pretty much 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 minutes of price action and falling. So that just shows you, I was saying Newton's third law, right? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and just look what's happening now. We are getting a decent sized fall in the indices. Our SOXX trade is now up 8 cents. That long trade. Look at this move. The bears are coming into the picture. So again, we reached that maximum peak. We reached that maximum peak of short squeeze interest, and now things are coming in pretty hard here, guys. SMCI pretty much testing the lows of the day. Look at NVDA now. NVIDIA coming in pretty sharply now. Amazon, that was an excellent add on Amazon at the highs there, right at that 172.42, and basically instantaneously a drop. Now again, we should have a bounce. We can't get too excited. Markets are still selling off from an all-time high, which means that bounces will be expected. The Russell's coming in sharply here. Bounces are to be expected. But I do think that there's more downside. You still have the Q's up 1.4. The Russell's up 1.17. That's too big of a divergence. And look at the DXY, back above that 104 zone, trying to hold above that 104. So you got rejected here once. Now you're back above it. Apple's back to the negative side. Google's back to the negative side. Meta's still holding up very, very strong here. I still see potentially about a 4 or 5% pullback in Meta just with the profit taking that should occur. And that's a high pivot reversal. I mean, that's a nice big candle down on the SPY. Your first big support is your previous high here at 491.61. You can see that people are trying to bounce it. Here's we pierce that EMA 113. Imagine we go right back to the highs. That would be insane. Could happen though. Look at that 10-year and 2-year yield, guys. They're just absolutely ripping. Potentially an hourly topping tail on Meta. Still 40 minutes in the candle. Potentially, nope, no topping tail on NVIDIA. But the volume has picked up quite substantially. And I'm also looking for this IWM to trigger that head and shoulders, guys. So you can see we pretty much tested that little neckline, got a bounce. We'll see if that holds up. Let's see the QQQ chart. Qs as well, super extended. The Qs actually briefly made a new high there and got rejected off of a bearish divergence. So this might be the little bit of a near-term top here for the markets. Unless NVIDIA comes out with some monster earnings and gaps up another 20-30%, which that would just be unbelievable. I don't expect that to happen. I mean, what's Meta's market cap right now? Let me just see if I can find that. Meta, where are you? So Meta's right now 2.3 trillion. So basically today, Meta going into earnings was a $1 trillion company. By Meta being up 21% respectively, or 21.7%, it's added 210 billion in market cap just in one session. 210. I mean, just put that into perspective. Like, that's almost the size of Chevron. That's almost the size of Bank of America. That's bigger than Pfizer. You know, that's almost the size of Coca-Cola. Almost the size of Pepsi. You know, almost basically the size of Cisco. Almost the size of Netflix. Bigger than Abbott. Almost the size of, bigger than Disney. In one fell swoop, Meta has added one whole Disney. More than one Disney. Like, just think about that. Is that froth? You know, these earnings, you know, everyone's raving about them, and everyone's raving about this chip that that's one of the reasons I think Meta's popped so much, is because they're trying to build their own in-house chip. And I really haven't talked about my opinion much, but I've heard a lot of people bullish on the fact that Meta is going to design their own chip. That actually makes me bearish, because the one thing I know about chip making is it costs a lot of money. R&D is expensive. So if Meta's starting to develop their own chip, sure, in the long term, that might be super, super beneficial. But in the short term, that's likely going to cause a whole host of cost of capital. I mean, it's going to be expensive for Meta to design that. So I actually think dollar just hit a new high of day, guys. Look at this US 2-year yield as well, guys. It's just absolutely friggin' ripping. And I guarantee Powell on Sunday, guys, is not going to be dovish. He is going to be extremely hawkish on 60 minutes. I think he's kind of probably upset with where the markets have been. People didn't really take his dovishness as a huge sign. I mean, if you just look at the QQQ here, or we'll actually do the NASDAQ, the NDX chart. But if we look at the daily chart, I mean, this is your big sell-off on FOMC, right? Your big gap down and continued selling. Powell was happy about that. And then for him to see it the next day, boom, basically almost negating that gap up, and now we're currently almost at new all-time highs where we are. I don't think he's really happy about that. I think he's going to probably get a little suspicious of inflation being reintegrated into the market, especially after the strong BLS labor number this morning. The jobs number that came out this morning was absolutely mind-blowing. And it's showing that jobs are remaining resilient, labor market's remaining resilient, unemployment's lower. He's wanting higher unemployment. He literally testified in front of Congress saying that he wants a couple million people unemployed. But that's not happening at the moment. So NVIDIA is still trying to firm up here. SMCI looking for a new low of day. Look at this SMCI, guys. It's looking exceptionally vulnerable. Dixie's still marching. Meta's finally coming in just a little bit from the highs. That one's kicking my butt still. I'm still down from this 472.11 level. Tesla's actually trying to firm up. That's super interesting. Maybe we see some money rotate out of semis back into Tesla just in the near term. Naresh calling out Baba. Added TQQ, 57 calls expiring today. TQQ. So you're bullish, eh, Naresh? You're bullish on the Qs even after we've had this big move. Very interesting. You don't think it's a little extended there, Naresh? There's a little bit of a 2-minute bear flag on Apple forming still. Microsoft still acting well. Potential 2-minute bearish wedge on Amazon. The Qs have gotten a decent bounce. The SPY right now is being rejected at the EMA 113. We'll see if that resistance holds up. Dollar's still continuing to climb higher here, guys. Semis have firmed up just a little bit. Bitcoin is losing 43,000 yet again. Apple's still coming in fairly hard here. So we're approaching some minor resistance here on the SPY. You can see these two trend lines intersecting, a little bit of a confluence zone. Should see some resistance here. But Meta's getting gobbled back up. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon getting gobbled back up. Big bounce in the indices. Continued strength occurring. Market's right back up. Market's right back up. Microsoft right back to the high of the day, putting in a new high of day.
out of like a 3-hour range. Holy shit.
Let's go AMG.
All right, indices are showing great resilience. You also have Tesla trying to push up here. Basically, that whole drop has almost been negated on the SPY. Meta's potentially putting in really its first lower high of the day. Potentially. Still early on it, but Meta's potentially putting in its first lower high.
About 429.
I'm gonna try and sell CVNA 590 and call.
It got slapped down.
Yeah, but Dixie and TNX are still high day, Shark.
Oh no, you put it too tight. That's what you
Incredible indices right back to pretty much the highs of the session here. Meta kind of lagging for the first time in the session. Bitcoin selling off. The rally's now coming from Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, and NVDA, and AMD, some of the semi-components. Tesla's now only down 2% on the session. It was 3% at the low, so it's trying to firm up here. Bitcoin selling off harder here, losing 43,000. Nice job, Nareesh. All right, Apple's now down almost 1% again. 2-minute bear flag on Apple. Microsoft's still at the highs. Amazon at the highs. Meta's pulled slightly off the highs. Tesla's trying to firm up. AMD has had an astonishing rally from the highs. You do have the VIX green on a Friday, which is super, super rare. It's telling us that some downside protection is being bought. Downside protection is being bought.
I don't want to go that deep. Yeah, they're dropping it.
Adobe tried to push her all-time highs. Bro, I don't even know when it came up.
Stop twits.
7-Eleven. How you doing? All your candle on Tesla. Here with the higher low. Relax, look up.
Jordan, they tweet that.
Like, we didn't say no big losses or nothing. I'm still green on that.
I know, but I got a quote for you.
I just tell him, dude. Because everybody, I was saying I was trying to go for the 2 straight weeks, 3, and I would have had it.
So check out my previous response because I love Kevin.
You learned today. Yeah, gotta be. I like it all. Like everybody, you can watch it live. Like you can watch me live break my rules, and I consciously say like, hey, break my rules here. I probably should stop out. You know what I mean? Like it's another lesson. Again, everybody has them every once in a while. Like always hard. Yeah, it's crazy.
Man, you should have a great day for me.
I know, but he's also very disciplined.
Oh, he's super. Well, I think he's also super.
It's just like me now. Like I don't care what setup you use.
Microsoft new high of day. Microsoft's putting in a new high of day.
We don't need to make it to each. Microsoft up 75%.
So let's just summarize things right now. You have the 10-year up 4.3, 2-year up 4.4, dollar up 0.94 above 104. The Russell's down 1%, SPY's up 0.9, QQQ's up 1.65. The SOX ETF is up 1%, NVDA's up 5.25%. An astonishing move. AMD's up 4.3. SMCI's lagging, down 2.15%. Tesla's down 2.15%. Bitcoin's slightly down 0.36%. You have Nat Gas positive on the session, up 1.5%. Some of the squeeze names, Mara, Carvana, Canopy Growth, AMC, all down on the session. Oil down 1.94, Amazon up 8.3, Google down 0.5%, Meta up 21.78%. Eli Lilly up 1.14%, Intel's down, lagging the semiconductor market as well. JP Morgan's green across the banking sector. Copper stocks under a little bit of pressure. Walmart's acting strong today. Chinese stocks are down across the board.
He recaptured the previous highs from 12 and 7-11. Come on, FMCI. Brace your boy.
So it turns out more people want options. So I put out a poll on my feed, Jordan, if people want like options. Apparently people want it. I think people still turn off data. Tell me you're sure.
I'm flat now. I want you to look out.
Good Lord. Solid 10 months.
Broad market rally after 2 p.m. Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the S&P, there's this potential here for an inverted head and shoulders here. And that would actually take me to my measured move, full measured move. You have your left shoulder here. So like we could definitely see that happen. We are moving higher here. If this triggers, it takes you to about 496.20 on the SPY ETF. So it's certainly possible.
All right, you can go up now. Go up. Let's go up.
You are showing some resiliency here in the market. The dollar is softening here, which is helping the S&P. So there's always a chance we could rally more. Just we're super extended. A lot of bearish divergences. NVIDIA is starting to curl down. Amazon's curling down. Same thing with Meta, but Apple and Microsoft and Tesla are curling up, which is what's lifting this indices. All right, heavy selling coming in Amazon. Look for that to hurt Tesla again because that's XLY being put under pressure. But indices are on the S&P 500 chart here trying to firm up and break out of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. It's trying very hard, and the dollar's back below 104, so there's some validity, but I'm still seeing some pressure through NVIDIA, Amazon, Meta, now Microsoft selling, so this might be a little bit of a failed move. And if this is a failed breakout here, then we should retest this low, and you could be putting in your first lower high on the S&P. Okay, I'm watching this neckline closely. Apple's still trying to push. Dollar's back above 104. All right, so this might be a failed breakout, and a lower high in place. Let's just see. Let's wait for more data. Amazon's coming up into its first little support zone here. Same thing with NVIDIA. Bears are lining up. Potentially they are, yeah. I mean, bulls have had a nice rally here. Bulls have had a nice epic rally here. And again, I still think the markets have to reprice. You know, the markets, it's funny, the markets are making new all-time highs when Powell took away the March rate cut. So how does that even make sense when markets were pricing in a March rate cut, and now that March rate cut is gone, and it's 100,000% gone? But S&P is still trying to work this inverted head and shoulders pattern. That's still technically valid. You got a little bit of a retrace there. Amazon bouncing here. You know, you look at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA's trying to hold this little trend here. Meta's seeing a little tiny bit of weakness here as the SPY is trying to move up. But again, a lot of these mega caps are now hitting some first level of support. I think it's really going to be dependent on what NVIDIA does here. If NVIDIA holds, SPY is probably going to try pushing up here. All right, there goes the breakout in SPY. Strength from Apple, Amazon, Microsoft again. NVIDIA's weighing here though. Still have a lower high in place at the moment. It's trying very hard to take out that high pivot. Very hard. But here's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is finally seeing some weakness at the moment. Some profit taking, some trimming. All right, guys, it's looking like it's a failed breakout just based off of NVIDIA's price action. It's still trying to hold above that neckline. You still have a lot of momentum in this market, a lot of bullish momentum in this market, with Apple pretty much almost flipping green, Google almost flipping green. But here comes the head and shoulders intraday on NVIDIA. It just triggered. All right, there's the failed breakdown. If you get a close underneath this neckline, it does suggest that this is a failed inverse head and shoulders. You could technically draw your neckline still like this if you create a right around shoulder, but as of now, it's looking like this is a failed pattern because NVIDIA is breaking. Nice breakdown, NVIDIA. Meta is selling a little bit harder as well. So there goes Meta, also breaking a key trend here, triggering a head and shoulders itself. Dollar's back above 104, guys. Markets are looking a little bit heavier at the moment. We might be seeing some profit taking occur. You know, a couple of the market leaders are finally seeing some downside. NVIDIA, Meta, still phenomenally strong, up phenomenally. But NVIDIA should test this EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart. That head and shoulders has triggered. And again, I mean, this still technically, if you had to draw an S&P neckline here now, like you still could potentially be forming a right shoulder here. It would be kind of surprising for the market if it did do that, but we'll see. We'll just watch the patterns. Apple pushing higher here.
Oh, beautiful SMCI. Come on.
All right, NVIDIA is still selling. Apple, Microsoft, everything's curling down. So that should be a failed breakout on the S&P, which means we should test that low pivot.
Tesla, man. What a play, huh? Yeah, good job on that. 150%, 175%. Wow. Yeah. Does anyone want to know how I did that? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you saw some low numbers, right? I mean, it was really flat. It's simple. Whenever you have a kill candle like that on Spire in the indexes, okay? What? Remember when I said when Spy figures he goes, oh, see, what a fucking play. Up 50%. Well, I'll explain to you in a minute. Sorry.
All right, Qs are coming down some more. S&P is starting to fall a little bit here. NVIDIA is doing a little bit of a retrace back test to the neckline.
So whenever you have a bigger drop of Spire QQQ, watch the tickers, okay, that are above 2% and higher and gains. Watch how they react to Spy like that. Tesla was literally basing all day. It was, up and down, and it was kind of shit, right? So when that big drop came, look how it was being eaten up like a shut down. That coupled with the awful that come through, it wasn't big.
All right, guys, Meta's starting to come into target. Meta's starting to come into target. We've just been patient all day, waiting for these indices to have some sort of a profit-taking pullback. There's still a potential for an inverted head and shoulders on the S&P here. You got rejected at this first neckline, a potential lower high. But if you trigger this neckline here, then you could have another breakout. But right now, you have a 1-minute bear flag right over top of the EMA 113. If this failed breakout happens, we should push for a new pivot low. We should test this pivot low and break it. You're going to have some support at 491.50. That was your previous all-time high. But Meta's coming in sharper now. Meta's coming in really sharp. Still holding a long on SOXS. Puts on Amazon. Puts on the SPY. Puts on Netflix. Puts on the Russell 2000. In Meta short, which it's coming now. It's falling a little bit sharper. Get my charger here. The dollar's back below 104. So NVIDIA is hitting this support trend line right now. I still think it should break. Microsoft's now curling down. All right, so this is where the indices look likely to fall, guys. Microsoft, NVIDIA all curling down, Meta all curling down. The three powerhouse leading stocks on the session are all starting to curl down. but you are finding some support here. All right, Microsoft bouncing here. If SPY gets above this neckline, that's a powerful sign for the market. And it might want to test this little bit of a breakout. So you are forming a potential right shoulder here, guys. Just keep that in mind. You're forming a potential right shoulder here. And the dollar is being rejected. Still potentially have a lower high in place, but you have not made a lower low yet. All right, Amazon's weakening more now, guys. Some heavy sell side pressure coming into Amazon. Also potentially breaking its key support zone. Netflix is also selling. NVIDIA, Microsoft breaking down. All right, here comes the bigger breakdown in the SPY. Lower high in place, looks likely. Breaking the EMA 113. We're going to test this low pivot, guys. Here's Amazon. Meta, we're a few dollars away from being in the money. Still riding this SOXS long as well. Still riding. If you break out of this, then you have an inverted head and shoulders pattern here. So we're up on our SOXS. Still riding an SMCI short. That one's firmed up. I'm seeing Netflix trying to hold this little range here. SPY's moving right back up to the high side. And that's Apple now. Apple's trying to firm up yet again. There's NVIDIA. So Apple's firming up here, guys. Trying to push up. MSFT. Still finding some resistance at this neckline. But EMA 113 is holding as support. You can see Microsoft hanging on to that EMA 113. SPY, same thing. 113 on the EMA. All right, things are catching a big boost here, guys. As the dollar loses 104 again, markets are trying to push up. It's a battle right now. It's a battle.
I wouldn't be shocked if we got another day if that's fine shit and all that. I do want to see spot 498 to like 500. There we go. This is a trouble area. Watch NET next. Call fair. $83 call. Extreme high risk. That's the almost 500%.
All right, the dollar is fading here. Dollar is fading here from the highs. So now this neckline needs to be watched carefully. Still just chopping in this range. Still potentially carving out a right shoulder. Again, inverted head and shoulders at the highs of the chart do not have as high of a probability of playing out, especially when you factor in how much liquidity has poured into the market.
Honestly, no, I'm really focused on it. I got it. I think I did it.
Don't worry, I'm doing good for the both of us, baby. 100%.
Monday.
Yeah.
It might sell.
Yeah, let's go.
You're backtesting the previous neckline that failed. You're kind of backtesting that previous little neckline.
Tenure dropping hard.
Is it?
Yeah, right now.
NET net up 40%.
JC also dropping hard. No, Bora. No, no, no.
All right, Tesla's firming up, so this inverse head and shoulders could play out. You also have the dollar softening quite substantially now. The dollar's declined quite substantially below 104 again. And you do have Tesla now joining the party on the rally to the upside. So Tesla's starting to break out of its high of day range. Amazon again on the cusp of seeing some more downside. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Sarfraz. Markets have had an insane run. Markets have reached my upside move, my max extension move for the day. Obviously, that can change if we squeeze. But the dollar's still strong. I mean, yields are still strong, dollar's still strong. Things are just, like I said, they can act irrational for a day or two, but things should come in line. I mean, we've had a big technical breakout in the dollar, and you're having a big technical breakout in the markets, or at least trying to here, on the back of some market strength. But this isn't a broad market rally. I mean, it's just a handful of mega cap names lifting this market. There's still a lot of red on the screen when you look across all of the major indices and sectors. There's still a lot of red. So typically, that's not the characteristics of a true market breakout. Obviously, you have leaders, continuous leaders pushing you, but I'm seeing there's way too much saturation and just a handful of companies propping this QQQ and S&P up. I'm still seeing the UVXY again. It's very rare to have the UVXY green on a Friday when the Q and the S&P are up substantially. Look at Airbnb firming up, 160 earning likely. Let's take a look at Airbnb. So kind of just intraday double top. So that's some near-term resistance. Yeah, you've now back tested this trend line. That was your big breakdown trend line over here. Got above it, got below it off of a higher low. You've now back tested it. This looks likely to push higher. Obviously, it's risky going into earnings, but one thing I am seeing here on Airbnb is if you draw your inverse head and shoulders pattern, you can see it tried breaking out here. On a technical basis, AMD had a breakout on volume. You can actually see the volume candle here. Had a technical breakout and it failed. And it's closed back below. So this likely needs a little bit more consolidation and likely means that it's probably either going to make or break on earnings. It's kind of a gamble because you did have that attempt, which got rejected. You're still consolidating bullishly. You're still putting in higher lows. So that's a nice pattern, but it's just not quite ready yet. I'd like to see another daily close back above these high pivots here to reactivate that bullish neckline. If you can do that, I mean, yeah, Airbnb has substantial more upside. And I mean, this is a stock that was just added to the S&P 500 late last year. So, I mean, that could push all the way up to 183, which would put you basically smack bang into this little resistance zone here. So that's certainly positive or plausible. You know, you can also see that Airbnb would come up right into this resistance trend line, pivot to pivot. That's your upside measured move. But this is going to be a market trade, and you know, earnings are set to take place in the middle of the month around the 13th. All right, S&P is still just in a distributive pattern here. Hasn't really given us that definitive breakout signal yet. You do have Microsoft still pushing up, Apple curling down, Tesla trying to push up some more, Amazon curling up, Meta pulled off of the highs, but still very, very strong. Meta could be forming a right shoulder on the 5-minute intraday chart. So Meta could be putting in some signs of near-term distribution. It's still very, very strong though, Meta. Very, very strong. You know, you have your left shoulder, you have a head. You've broken the trend and you're carving out a potential right shoulder right underneath your main uptrend break. So the big thing that we need to watch for on Meta is if we break this little trend line, then you can calculate a profit target move. We could see Meta. There's two trends. There's a target one of about 469, target two about 465. That could come into play. But obviously, if the market stays firm here on the S&P, Meta can still push higher off of more bullish momentum. And now you're seeing NVDA starting to perk back up again. So hitting the support trend line on NVIDIA, it is starting to push back up. Microsoft also climbing, Bitcoin selling. Apple's also seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. So notice how on Apple's losing the EMA 113 again on the 1-minute chart, whereas the S&P is well above it. So big divergence there. Showing relative weakness on Apple's end, relative strength on the S&P. Again, Apple's still the second largest company. No, you're welcome, Sarfaraz. I would just wait for that daily close above the neckline. If you want to try to play on the long side right now, it's risky going into earnings, but you know, one of the positive signs that I think Airbnb will be discussing on their earnings call is the fact that they're raising their prices for their bookings. They're charging an extra 2% commission across all of their international bookings. So that's a positive sign for Airbnb. I do manage a few Airbnbs here in Canada, and I will say that the consumer discretionary side has slowed down. Obviously, it's winter here in Canada, so it's slowed down certainly in this market. I don't know how the rest of the North American, European market is. Obviously, certain areas have their peak trough months, but we've seen about a 40% decline in Airbnb bookings here in Canada. They're now starting to pick back up, but definitely a big decline. The dollar's trying to firm up a little bit more now. All right, here comes the breakout test, guys, on the S&P. Here comes the next breakout test zone on the S&P 500. And because you have NVIDIA curling up to the high side, certainly trying to do so. Remember, the S&P is still inside of this hard sell. That happened on heavy volume. Excuse me. All right, the S&P is breaking here, guys. The S&P is testing this breakout. So that's a bullish little breakout candle. Still haven't taken out this high, but that's looking like it's going to. All right, the S&P is trying to get above this pivot high here. And right now it's above it. Going for a new high of day. Now it's below it. The bulls are getting a big push here. The bulls are getting a big push. There goes your little bit of a breakout. Now you're into your new high. New all-time high on the SPY. Tesla's surging. NVIDIA just back tested the neckline that it broke down. Look at this powerful move. All right, so based off of this little breakout here, SPY could push up to here. But again, we're still super extended on the charts here, guys. Still super extended. None of the mega caps made new highs off of that push. Just really Tesla's pushing higher, trying to recapture a lot of the losses it had. Just be careful, guys. NVIDIA's triggered a bearish pattern here intraday. Microsoft putting in a potential lower high off of that breakout candle. Tesla's still pushing. Meta's pushing again. The VIX is also starting to creep up again. UVXY is still positive. The QQQ has not made a new high of day despite the S&P. So a little bit of relative strength in the S&P 500 stocks. We're seeing Apple curl down, Microsoft curl down, Tesla's still pushing, Google's curling up. Meta's trying to push up as well. All right, so we got a 1 minute breakout into a new high. No confirmed candle yet, but you have triggered this inverted head and shoulders. You're back testing your support channel. Oh, thanks. So we're seeing a nice little consolidation pattern here on the SPY. I am seeing the VIX curling up, dollar also curling up, but you do have some broad market participation. Russell's starting to move up, Tesla's firming, Microsoft's kind of lagging here just a little bit. So if that can firm up, it should push S&P higher. Apple's lagging as well, but trying to catch a small little bid here. Google's had a nice reversal. It's gone green after being down a few percent. You look at NVDA. NVIDIA's had a nice move up. Simply just back testing this previous little neckline.
Our $83 calls are in the money, up over 92%.
Microsoft's seeing a little bit of relative divergence from the S&P, trying to break down. We still haven't confirmed. We've had a 1 minute breakout candle on the SPY here. We haven't confirmed another 1 minute candle breakout. So right now there's a huge amount of liquidity pushing into the S&P at the moment. Apple's curling down. Same thing with Meta, but the S&P is still pushing. Tesla's had a magnificent move off of the low of 182.10 all the way at 186, 187 now. Massive move. Here comes the bull flag break potential on the SPY. So, one of the reasons small caps are firming up here is the Russell 2000 has had a nice move off the lows. If you take a look at the Russell, that's broken above these key pivot zones and now into its gap window. You're approaching some resistance on the 10-minute chart, but you're into your gap window on the Russell 2000. So now you have a little bit more participation in the market, which is why some small caps like Carvana starting to squeeze here. UPST, SPY just made a new high, breaking out there. Even some likes probably like FSR. Let's see coin here. Coin, let's see Mara. Trying to push up just a little bit. So the S&P is flying here right now. Monster move in the SPY. You have the Russell also trying to flip green. QQQ just hit a double top. Huge volume here coming in the SPY. So QQQ hitting a double top here. Some rejection coming into play. But you did get that confirmed breakout. Odds are we do move up to 496 today. But you need the Qs to clear this double top resistance. So far, so good. So what's going to get us to that target of 496 is Apple having to firm up. You can see the big divergence, S&P above that EMA 113, Apple trading below the EMA 113. Look at Microsoft, even Microsoft is just slightly above its EMA. S&P showing much, much more relative strength right now. The yields have softened just a little bit. But you do have the long end of the curve higher than the 2-year. So the 10-year is much higher than the 2-year. 10 years up 4.25%. The 2 years up 3.7%, slowly causing that yield curve to uninvert again. Hey dang dang, you're scared of opening your portfolio? Paper trade. Keep paper trading. Keep paper trading. So you can gain some experience. Keep paper trading. That's the best way. Bitcoin's still starting to weaken a little bit. Coinbase has flipped green, but I think it could go back to the negative side. Just you had a market push here in the S&P. UVXY still green on the session. That's super interesting. Alright, so the one difference is that the Q's never confirmed above its previous high of day. You can see the rejection there on the 10-minute chart. Tried breaking out, Q's failed breakout. S&P is still relatively holding up above its previous high, so that's technically okay. We are seeing some weakness creeping into Apple here late in the session. Big divergence. Apple below the EMA 113, S&P above. Look at Microsoft. It's about to test the EMA 113. SPY right now needs to hold above this in order to fulfill its upside move. We'll see if that comes into play. On the hourly chart basis, remember we still did put in that hourly reversal candle. This is a little bit of a hanging man hourly candle. 6 minutes and 40 seconds will give us a confirmed close above this reversal. That's bullish on the hourly chart. So watch the hourly chart for 6 minutes and 40 second close above this previous high pivot.
CVNA, what a ripper from 11 cents to $1.50. Jesus.
So we're just seeing the SPY consolidating here, putting in a little bit of a distribution pattern here at the highs of the session. Still above your previous high of day. NVIDIA's lagging, Apple's pushing, Microsoft's curling down. Meta's curling down, Google's back to the green side. Amazon's curling down, but again, Apple's still remaining resilient here, pushing back up, trying to potentially close green. NVIDIA has triggered this little intraday head and shoulders. You can see it retraced to the neckline once, twice, got rejected. Now you're losing this potential longer-term support trend line. But markets are still resilient. No real sell pressure coming into the S&P. They are still pushing this up. VIX's UVXY is still green on the session. That's very rare considering the indices are so strong today. QQQ retesting that high pivot. It's technically above. Apple's continuing to push. Google, new high of day. Tesla's trying to flip green. So Tesla and Apple are both trying to flip green here into the close. Tesla was down 3% at the lows. Apple was also down about 3.5% at the lows. So very, very impressive. Google was also down all the way at 136.50-ish. Now it's trading at 141.70 and pushing. SPY gunning for a new high of day. And it is about to make a new high of day. Right there. SPY did make a new high. Same thing with the Qs. New highs of day on both indices. Russell's trying to go positive here. They're trying to close the Russell positive. That was a big push, though. Really big push. You can see NVIDIA hitting this little neckline. Dollar has faded over the last 50 minutes, last hour. Google new high of day. Meta's curling back up. Bitcoin still slightly negative on the session. Same thing with Apple and Tesla, slightly negative on the Russell, but things are firm and trying to push.
Next one up. SMCI. $600 call scale. February 2nd. SMCI.
We have an hour and 20 minutes left of trading today, an hour and 20 minutes left. Google's continuing to push higher here. New high on the SPY, right there, new high.
Netflix or 570 calls are heavily in the money.
Take a look at PayPal. Yeah, PayPal's holding above that EMA. Chart's still looking pretty decent here. Some higher lows. You had that try that breakout on that CEO shock the world announcement and then it ended up dumping. Heavy volume there, but you're still holding those higher lows. PayPal probably continues to move higher here. You know, still making lower lows, but you are trying to put in a little bit of a basing formation to move higher here. So notice the S&P continuing to grind, but NVIDIA is lagging. Microsoft's pushing, Apple's pushing, Google's pushing. Amazon's lagging now too. Again, NVIDIA's been one of the powerhouse semis on the day. So the UVXY, the VIX, is also trying to make a new high of day. So both the VIX is green now. It's trying to make a new high of day. VIX just is testing the high of day here. VIX is testing the high of day. The Dixie's starting to see a little bit of buyers come back into the picture. You have Microsoft weakening here. Big discrepancy to where Microsoft, the world's largest company, is trading and where the S&P is trading. Way stretched from its EMA 113. But things are still technically acting okay. Sorry guys, just on a phone call there. So I mean, we're seeing Apple continuing to push up, insulate this market. We are seeing NVDA losing that EMA 113. SPY's coming in a little bit now from the highs pretty sharply. Microsoft's looking a little bit vulnerable as well. Tesla's pulling back some more. So I mean, don't be surprised if we see a little bit of profit taking, but this market's just been super resilient today. I'm going to be holding a lot of my shorts overnight. Some of the options plays, unless they get a big dump, probably be expiring out of the money. I'll just be closing them wherever they fall at the end of the day, like Amazon 169 puts. Those probably won't finish in the money, unfortunately, unless we get a big dump. Could happen. You know, I've seen some crazy dumps in the last hour of trading. I've also seen some crazy moves to the upside. But I mean, really, our big trade was at the morning SMCI for just over 5.5%. I'm still comfortable holding Meta common shares overnight, and I'm still holding runners on SMCI, and I'm comfortable with that. But in terms of the put options, those may expire out of the money for a loss on the trade. So apologies there, but it's been a pretty good week for us here at Trading Capital. And there's a lot of continuation, a lot of setups and opportunities that are coming up into the horizon here. Now that mega cap earnings are pretty much out of the way, we still have NVIDIA set to report, a few other companies. But now that the big earnings are completely out of the way, we should get a directional trend here. Obviously, the indices have broken out, closing at Friday at a new all-time high on the SPY. I'm interested to see if the Qs are going to close above an all-time high. So the QQQ high pivot, you know, from its all-time high sits roughly at 429.85. So I'm looking for the Qs to see if they can close above their all-time high. So far, they're not. So far, they're actually below their all-time high. So that's going to be a little bit of a relative weakness with Meta, Amazon, you know, Google turning green. If the Qs can't close the week at an all-time high with Meta up 21% respectively, Amazon up tremendously, NVIDIA up tremendously, what's it going to take to push it past this level? You know, it's not every day you're going to have Meta jump 21%, NVIDIA up 5, Amazon up like 8 or 9. What is Amazon up? 7.8. You know, Microsoft up 1.9. So there's a little characteristics that you have to look for in the market. You know, when the S&P is pushing new all-time highs and the Qs really can't close above their highs, that's a little bit of a relative weakness. I'm also seeing, again, the VIX closing green on a Friday is super rare. Super rare considering the indices are up tremendously today. And again, that's telling me that there's still a lot of weakness underneath the hood of this market, and it's just being insulated by XLK, XLC, so tech, communications and tech. But definitely a good day for the bulls if you're just long mega cap tech, really the Mag 5. Some squeeze names in the Russell. Russell's still closing negative at the moment. Lots to discuss there about the Russell. The Russell has rebounded tremendously off of the lows. You know, and the Qs still could close above their all-time high pivot. Right now they're below. We'll see if it does get above. Google's now coming in. Meta's also seeing some distribution here. So the big level on the Qs that I'm watching is 429.85. That is your previous high pivot. If you can get above that, that's your previous all-time high pivot, which goes back to here on the 24th of January. Meta breaking down a little bit more. So we may have a chance for our common shares to get in the money. That's certainly a chance with this little breakdown, but indices are still firm here. Indices are still firm. Bigger weakness creeping into Meta now. Much more weakness. You can see QQQ testing that previous all-time high. It's currently above it. Look at this squeeze coming into the close. Big squeeze coming into the close. So if you look at Meta, it has triggered a head and shoulders. You got the breakdown looking for a confirmed candle. Downside target of this breakdown takes us to about 465. Let's see if that plays out. And again, just remember how fast we sold off here in the blink of, 4 minutes. We still have an hour, and we're into power hour now. Is this going to be power hour, or is it going to be a sour hour? Are we going to close strong, or is the indices going to break down here? Big questions. Time will tell. Time will tell. There goes the Qs, seeing some more sell side. Amazon's still holding firm. Apple's still holding on to some small positive gains. Tesla's down 0.65%. Microsoft is up 1.84%. NVIDIA's up a whopping 4.81%. NVIDIA adding more than a Disney to its market cap today, adding more than a Pfizer to its market cap today. Meta adding over 220 billion to its market cap today. Meta's trying to get back above that neckline and is doing so at the moment. QQQ 429.85. The bulls want to close it above there. The bears don't. That's a big level. Final hour of trading. Predictions, guys? Up, down, sideways? What are we doing here? down, up, sideways. You guys, we've got us all covered. Someone's gonna be right. I'm glad we're covering all the bases. We got Briston saying sideways, Sarfaraz saying up, Mark saying down. Mike is bearish. The bear symbol. So I'm holding my SMCI shorts overnight regardless. I'm holding my Meta shorts regardless overnight. I am holding my SOXS long overnight. In terms of the options put on Amazon, that's probably going to expire out of the money unless we get some sort of a flash down move. The Netflix puts were slightly up on the trade, but nothing crazy. I'll just be closing them out regardless. AMD puts are expiring, worthless, out of the money. So I'll be taking a loss on those. You can see the Qs are trying to reattack that previous high. Meta also trying to get back above its little neckline, struggling here. Let's see what the volume today is. I actually didn't do a volume check. That's my bad. Oh, light volume today. No wonder we've been squeezing higher. The volume is just exceptionally light today. That's my bad. I totally didn't even do a volume check, daily volume check on the SPY. We're trading right now. Super, super light volume under the average. So I should have did a volume check. Guys, you never want to short a market with light volume, because things like this keep happening where you just trend up. So that's a lesson. That's a slip on my end. I did not do a daily average volume check on the S&P 500. And it is fairly light volume today. Still an hour left. It could pick up if we get some sort of crazy news headlines or something, but we'll see. Qs are back above that previous high. That's a nice positive sign for the market. So normal volume day on the SPY, basically right now I have a 20 moving average on my volume profile. So I take the last 20 days. We're trading an average volume of 77 million shares. So that would be about average for the last 20 days. Currently we're trading 64.98 million. Not a lot of volume. So it's fairly light. But when you start seeing volume get above 100 million on the SPY, and this is all SPY volume analysis, when you start seeing volume get above 100 million on the SPY, that is showing you that, okay, there's a lot of buyers present, but there's also sellers. So volume is made up of buyers and sellers. When you have high volume days, it means that a lot of shares have exchanged hands, and it's showing that there's buyers and sellers present. When you have a light volume day, it typically means that there's no sellers, all buyers present. So that's why hence the theory, light volume favors upside, because it's showing that there's really only buyers in the market. Typically heavy volume days, there's sellers. That's often when you see breakout candles. When it's intraday or even daily chart breakouts, you see heavy volume candles, because often on the breakout candle, you have a whole bunch of slew of new buyers coming in, trying to chase the price action. And then you also have the sellers taking profits and trimming. Like for instance, Meta's volume is going to be insane today. It's right now at 69. Tesla's volume is the most. Amazon's the second most. But light volume today, I should have checked that. And a little bit of a trick, when you hit that 12 o'clock noon time frame, basically you can check your volume and double it. And then that's what you would probably be at by the end of the day. So say at noon you're trading 40 million shares on the SPY. You just double that and you'd roughly have about 80 million by the close. SPY new high, SPY new high. QQQ has not, but it is above its previous high.
My higher prediction names, and this week I added to Tesla. I don't think Tesla's going to move anywhere. Like their stock for the next year or two. Not 2 years, but next year. That's fine because I want to DCA the position. I think it's probably going to stay under 600 for the whole year, and I want to add one to 60. I also thought at last
All right, Qs are testing the high of days. SPY is continuing to push here. Meta is still stuck under the neckline as the Qs are pushing up, which means that there's some sellers in Meta here. You're thinking of selling a loser to add to Meta? It really all depends on your risk tolerance, how much you're in Meta already. And again, Meta just had earnings. It's, give it some time to work. Give it some time to work. And if it's a swing trade and you're down on Meta, I mean, give it some time. Like, I know many people that are down on swings. I just started shorting Meta with my members basically today, yesterday, and we're slightly down, but I'm still wanting, if Meta goes higher, that's fine by me. I'll just accumulate a little bit more. I have plenty of room to maneuver and add to work my DCA average. But it's totally your call. If you want to sell a loser and add to Meta, that's totally fine. It really depends on what the loser is, the reason why you're selling, how long you've been in that loser, how much of a position you already have in Meta. There's a lot of factors that you have to decide on. Why did you go into that trade, that one that you're willing to sell? Do you still believe in it, even though you're down? Like, I've been down on positions, still believe in it. You just got to sometimes ride through a little bit of pain. Sometimes everyone wants instant gratification gains, right? We're so used to seeing on Twitter, FinTwit, YouTube, the finance community, oh, I made 600%. Oh, I made 400%. Oh, I made this. I made that. I made this. I made that. It takes time. You don't just get instant gains every day. Sometimes you do. Sometimes they fall in your lap. Sometimes you take a swing trade. Next day it pops 10%. Boom, sell it. But it doesn't work like that in the world of investing. And, Warren Buffett says it best. The stock market is a tool of transferring wealth from the impatient to the patient. And I firmly believe that. I mean, people are so impatient these days that, they just want that instant, gratification. Like, I'm down on my Meta swing and my day trade swing. Am I panicking? No. Because I know it's its highest ever weekly overbought candle. I don't really think the chip scenario is going to be beneficial in the short term for Meta. Long term, absolutely. But short term, that's excess capital and expenditures that's going to have to pour into R&D. One thing I know about research, investors don't like to spend money on R&D because it's costly, it's time consuming, and it's costly, and it's not a guarantee that it's going to work out. Like, who's to say Meta starts developing a chip, spends billions and billions and billions of dollars on it, and then NVIDIA comes out, makes a better chip, and eats its lunch? That could happen. AMD could come out and eat its lunch. That could happen. I would trust a semiconductor company more so than Meta itself to build a chip. I would rather trust a semiconductor company. I would rather, as an investor of Meta, see Meta start to export its or kind of export its product out to AMD or contract it out to NVIDIA to build them a chip in-house. Partner up with them. Why try to do it freelance when, sure, you have a whole bunch of tech infrastructure, but it's still going to cost them a whole lot of money, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. What do I know? I'm just a small investor here, trading the markets each day. But that's just my 2 cents. Is there a standard minimum amount of time required for a head and shoulders pattern? Do you have rules you follow? Basically, head and shoulders are very simple there, Mike. For instance, QQQ could be setting up a head and shoulders here. Now, you only want to entertain head and shoulders until you break the neckline. So if QQQ flushes and gets a 1 minute close below this neckline, it activates the pattern. Okay. However, if it rallies back up and closes above the neckline, the pattern is negated. You can't use it. So only entertain head and shoulders once they're negated. But a head and shoulders can drag on for a long time. For instance, take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA triggered one all the way back here. This is a head and shoulders. Downside target off of this move takes you to about 655. NVIDIA retraced to the neckline, got rejected. You can see that it's also potentially putting in another little mini head and shoulders. Your neckline would be here. Left shoulder head. So this first one's still valid. It hasn't played out. Second one could be starting to trigger very momentarily. But really, what would negate this first initial head and shoulders that we triggered here is for NVIDIA to basically close all the way back above the neckline. And right now, since the pattern is dragging out, if it closes back above the neckline, I mean, you're all the way back up here. So one thing I don't like is if NVIDIA were to get back above these high pivots here, I wouldn't like that as a head and shoulders pattern. But this one's still technically valid all the way back here at 120 time frame. And indices have been marching higher here, marching higher. And we're now starting to see NVIDIA potentially trigger the next little one. And just like that, our Meta common shares are almost in the money on our day trade, guys, our Meta common shares, and we still have 40 minutes. So this could flush here. This could absolutely flush, guys. So, I mean, it's just a matter of being patient. Patience is the name of the game. I have been panicking. A lot of emotions have flown through the chat. You know, there's a lot of emotions on Twitter, a lot of emotions in stock market. And of course, you know, naturally we have money on the line. But that's where position management comes into key. The best traders often know how to manage their risk appropriately. And that's all I try to do here is also manage my risk appropriately, lightening up, you know, going with lighter share sizes in riskier trades, entering in at different key technical levels, not going all in on one level. I mean, even if you look at my meta chart here, like we didn't even enter all in on the day trade at one level. We entered once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and a 5th time. And it still went up against us. Imagine we entered all the way down here, all in at one level. Our average would have been much, much lower. But because we DCA'd into it, we're basically just slightly down on the trade. Fairly large day trade position. But again, we've barely come down on the charts for Meta. We've barely come down on the charts. And again, for this head and shoulders on Meta here, basically what would negate this head and shoulders is a 3-minute close back above this neckline. Okay? So if Meta got a 3-minute close, it just basically negates the downside calculation. You can no longer get an accurate downside measured move. It doesn't mean that pattern's not going to go down. It just means you can't calculate the downside measured move as accurately as you usually would. So we'll keep Meta chart here because if you get a 3-minute close above this area, then it does negate this little topping formation. And you could push up back to about 482 on the chart. And the thing about TA is that, I mean, there's many different ways to skin the cat. It's not a perfect science. It's kind of like that, you know, a mix of art and science together. A lot of it is based off of, you know, there's obviously some bias towards it. A lot of patterns have different rules around it. You know, you can't have for instance, if this head and shoulders had a down sloping neckline like that, it's no longer considered a head and shoulders in classic TA. It has to be an upsloping or a flat bottom neckline. So we have an upsloping neckline right now. But there's a bit of art to it. And the more TA, the more charts you do, the more experience in the market, the better you will be at recognizing patterns. There's some people that don't even trade off of patterns. They don't trade off of patterns at all. They just trade off of support and resistance. Zero patterns at all. And I've known plenty of successful people that do that. I like to use a combination of everything. You know, I follow a lot of patterns myself, a lot of support resistance, a lot of mean reversion strategies. I'm a big proponent to math and stats. Each and every morning I do some standard deviation calculations based off of stocks moving. And Meta's had a massive, massive standard deviation move to the upside. So hopefully that's helped a little bit there, Mike. All right, so the QQQ back below that previous all-time high, back below. You have Meta curling down, Amazon curling down. We have 38 minutes left in the session. Markets are looking a little bit heavier here into the close. Spot next week bullish. Earnings release bullish. Disney's bullish. Yeah, the Disney chart does look interesting. They say stocks that are at 90 go to 100. It's at 97. This one's been consolidating in a tight range. This one does look like it wants to move up. All right, big drop there on the SPY and the Qs coming into the picture. Qs are potentially triggering a head and shoulders here, guys. You know, there's a small chance our Amazon 169s may get in the money. I had to do a 2 standard deviation problem at work last night. 2 standard deviation equation problem work last night. That's funny. Look at the Qs triggering a head and shoulders here, guys. Qs are triggering a head and shoulders. So just like that, we've now triggered a head and shoulders. So now what would negate this pattern is if we got to close back above this upper end of the range. I mean, if you want to use the neckline there, some people use the lower boundary range. I like to use the full channel. Just like that, our meta short is almost in the money, guys. Amazon's curling pretty hard here. Qs are curling pretty hard here. Heavy sell side pressure. If we replicate a move of this nature, you know, we could see about a move down to about 427 here. Let's see if we replicate the same sell-off. It's kind of starting that same way. Meta's almost in the money, guys. Meta's almost in the money. I hope Amazon flushes. I'd really like to close those puts. Come on, Meta. Flush it, Meta. Flush it. But the markets are resilient, I tell you. $57.27 is a bounce area for TQQQ. What does that equate to on the actual Qs there? Let's see. So 57.27. Oh, we just pretty much bounced here. QQQ. Imbalance coming at 330. Yep. What is the imbalance? To the buy side or the sell side? I'm probably going to say it's to the sell side today, especially if we're trending lower into that 330 time frame. All right, Amazon's looking a little bit heavier here, guys. Amazon's looking a little bit heavier. Meta's just shy from our short entry. You figure buy side. What goes up must come down. Yeah, but be careful with those old Wall Street narratives. You know, those what comes up must go down. You know, it's I do believe in that. I mean, especially if it happens too quickly. But but I mean, look, it's a positive reactions on Meta. A lot of bullish momentum throughout the whole space. But yeah, there's certainly, in my opinion, a lot of stocks that are way overvalued, in my opinion. Fundamentally, technically as well, should see a pullback. But the market's the market, right? We can't force it. I can't change it. It is what it is. Look at the Qs right back up. So there you go. So the Qs actually negated this little head and shoulders. So you can see the Qs well above the neckline again. Now that downside target is negated. Yeah, you're right, Narish. Those terms are designed to suck in people. They are designed a lot of the times. I mean, that sayings are true for like crappy companies that aren't earning cash flow, aren't producing much revenue or profit. Those sayings are much, much more true, right? But for companies like Meta that are actually making money, sure, they could be maybe overvalued in the short term, or NVIDIA, but they're still producing a strong cash flow, stronger balance sheets. For instance, like when AMC pumped or GameStop pumped up, that's a saying, what goes up must come down, because those companies really are moving up for what fundamental reason other than a short squeeze, kind of a little arbitrage opportunity where funds are caught off guard. But not everything has to come down. It's just those sayings, yeah, they can be tricky. I mean, they suck in a lot of people, and often, you have to apply that to special situations. Not every situation you can use that little narrative. Meta's about to fall a little more. Looks like Qs are look at the Qs bouncing hard. Meta not participating. You did get a bounce in Tesla, Microsoft, Google, and NVIDIA. QQQ is back above that previous all-time high pivot. It's a big fight, that zone. You can see we broke above it once, rejected, twice rejected, 3 times rejected. This is the fourth time. Fourth time the charm? Or are we going to see another push back down? The one thing that I see here is that you actually made a little bit of a lower high off of this pivot, and you actually made a lower low. So it shows that, I think the bears are slightly in control at this area, even though you had a monster move to the upside. I think the bears have a strong chance of pushing it lower, but again, the resilience in the market is crazy today. Apple will rule next week. Yeah, I think Apple, off of its bullish reversal, I think any retrace on Apple, if Apple retests the daily 200, it's probably a buy. I think we will get a retrace, one more retrace on Apple, I think back to the 182 level. And then I think it's a 2.6 million to the buy side. Thanks, Narish. Appreciate that information. That makes me think we're going to probably go down. They want to grab that liquidity. From my experience, every time you see the imbalance to the buy side, market makers take that liquidity, push it down. But you never know, it could push up. Whenever it's to the sell side, often you get a bounce. QQQ back below the all-time high. Back below the previous all-time high, I should say. NVIDIA curling down, Microsoft curling down, Apple seeing a little bit of selling. It's a big fight here off of this previous all-time high price. A really big fight there, guys. 28 minutes left in the session. Big rejection there on the Qs. A nice rejection there on the Qs. Another lower high put in place. Will we make another lower low? That's the question that I'm looking to have answered. Dollar's trying to close firm here. Again, guys, just remember we have Powell speaking on 60 Minutes on Sunday evening. I believe it's at 6 p.m. So I find that kind of a little bit suspicious why that broadcast was just announced after we just had an FOMC meeting. I imagine He doesn't like the strong labor number that we got today. And I imagine he's going to come out like a big hawk. A big hawk. What's more hawkish than a hawk? You know, but I think he's going to come out. Like, it's very odd to just have had an FOMC press conference and basically Powell's coming out on Sunday. So here we are, roped in a whole bunch of new liquidity at new all-time highs, absolute face-ripping rally, and now Powell's coming out again. And remember, Powell kind of trumps everyone on the FOMC. He doesn't even have to listen to anyone on the FOMC. He ultimately has the decision to raise rates or not. So it's just kind of peculiar that is coming out now. A peregrine falcon is slightly more hawkish. Thanks, Briston. Powell's going to come out like a Powell peregrine falcon. I got to look up what that looks like. Peregrine falcon. That's pretty funny. All right, Apple big sell. Qs are dipping. You're probably going to bust through this low. We still have 26 minutes left, guys. You know, I've seen Amazon flush a lot. I've seen Amazon fall quite sharply. I'm hoping, we're asking a lot for a 1.3% drop for those puts to get in the money. We're up on that last lot that we added at 174, so at least that's kind of insulated it, but definitely not my best day trade on Amazon put options. Still could, it's just gone absolutely crazy. Still could come into picture. Here we have Meta almost in the money. Qs are still falling. The semiconductor trade we are flat on, but I'm going to hold that one overnight. BILL going. Bill Holdings. Is it going? Where is it going? Where are you taking it, Nareesh? Where is it going? Yeah, if I had to guess where this one's going on earnings, probably up to its gap fill. I think the fact that you came very close to filling it into your gap window, pullback, higher low, looks likely to fill it. Meta is still bouncing here. Meta is still bouncing. Bill going to Monica. Monica and Bill. Bill is pricey. Nareesh says bounce time. I disagree, Nareesh. I disagree. But we will see. Microsoft is curling up. Same thing with Google. But NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of selling. Apple's trying to push up as well. So maybe we do get the bounce, but I'm going with no bounce. I think the markets have extended themselves fully today. You're starting to get bearish divergences across all the intraday time frames. Look at the RSI starting to break down here on the 10-minute chart. Still way overbought. You can even come to touch down the 55 level on the hourly chart, and you would still technically be okay, even if you dip here. I'm sure I can't even think about the news. Just for fun, Narish. Just for fun. That's kind of what I've been doing, right? Just been playing devil's advocate. Only doing it because your calls have been fire, Narish. Your calls have been fire. That's the only reason why. Trading is not fun. I think it's fun some days. Some days. It's a business. I've got a smile on my face. I'm laughing. You know, if you can't laugh or have fun, stressful at times. Trust me, I remember when I first got into trading, I would have such stress sweats. It was insane. I'd go through like 3 shirts a day. And that was ridiculous. Now I've settled in. I know the strengths, I know the weaknesses, I know more or less my strategies in the market, and I'm more confident. But it's been some stressful times for sure. Well, first, before I answer your question there, Narish, how old do you think I am? $32? Good guess, good guess. Just slightly off that guess. Plus or minus 5, that's well within the target. I'm actually 28. And it was only last year. You got it right, Sarfaraz. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. How about you, Narish? When was your first? I've only made one, hoping for more. En route for the next one. If I listened to Narish, I would have made 2 already. With what principle, though? Like, are you talking about, like, your first one's always the hardest. Nice job there, man. Nice job. That's stellar, man. You should be impressed and proud.
They're not one of your highest conviction picks. That's kind of the beauty of that diversification. But I've started with 12 stocks in my portfolio, and I'll build that out over time.
What age did you make your first, Nareesh? Because the first is the hardest.
As I kind of go forward, but I'm excited for their position and kind of the results we've seen in the past couple of quarters for a lot of the names I watch.
Really nice breakdown, Steve. And yeah, it is a pleasure having you on there. It's exciting. We've had you on a variety of spaces, but now really taking it, I think, to that next level with this ability to share it there. As we go through this year, what are the type of things that make you adjust the portfolio? Is it data coming out, catalysts, earnings? What are some of the things that are really like, hey, we're looking at this rate cuts, right? Like, what are you watching?
It's kind of been interesting to watch. Our market tends to front run the expected decisions from the Fed. So, I try not to pay too much attention. I remember I was talking to the author of 100 Baggers.
Nice job there, Nareesh. Nice job.
A while back, and had a great podcast with him. And one of the things that he said is a lot of the stocks that go on to return, achieve 100 Bagger status did so independently. It's kind of who was president to what politics were doing, what monetary policy was doing, what the Fed's doing. But you can't deny that near-term swings are so often correlated. I think it's a matter of taking advantage of relative value and kind of figuring out which stocks are sort of temporarily mispriced. And I think there's several companies that are underpriced because they're difficult to value or
What's your Twitter handle, Nareesh? People give him a follow. All right, so here we have Google at the highs. Nice job, Sarfraz. That's beautiful. No followers wanted? All right. DM me. DM me. That's my Twitter handle. So Google's at the highs of the session here. SPY's cooling off. QQQ's cooling off. There's a big drop on the Qs. Apple seeing some distribution. NVDA as well. Microsoft. But Google's still trending. Can you believe that Google has now up 0.84%? Bleed SPY. We'll see. It's hitting some support, right? It's hitting the previous high. SPY's actually selling off a little bit more than the Qs. You can see SPY's retested that previous high pivot there. Took you a week, damn. Well, just send me a DM. I'd be curious to check out your profile, follow you. I don't know if you post charts or any information or whatnot, but
That's really good, guys. All right, so I encourage people to go and check out Steve's profile as well.
So we're seeing the Qs fight, still currently losing that previous all-time high pivot, fighting this little neckline again. If you flush, you'll have some support here. If we flush, we'll have a little bit of support here. But it looks like they want to close this range bound, although we have NVIDIA is getting a pop. Meta's coming in. Tesla's falling. Microsoft's pushing. Apple's slightly falling. Google's still remaining super strong.
myself, well, just this upcoming rally in stocks is going to be at the point of the show, more or less, because during, essentially, I know that a lot of you guys were around during that time. The sentiment is a complete 180 now. Like about a year ago, you couldn't even talk about stock without somebody telling you how terrible things are going to be. We're in a recession. It's a terrible time to buy. But now, a year later, you can't stop buying Meta and NVDA, and they're just fumbling all over themselves trying to figure out like where they're going to get their quick returns. It's the wildest thing that I think I've ever seen in my life. So I think that's definitely got me reflecting as I hit the year mark now. But I've been buying a lot of Tesla, like a lot of Tesla. And the reason why I've been doing that is because I'm very, very confident that Tesla is a cyclical business, meaning that it's impacted by interest rates. And just like how a lot of folks about a year ago said that Meta was going to go to zero because the stock was being taken over, or that NVIDIA was just a GPU company that's used for Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is going to zero. Like all those other narratives that are often so wrong in hindsight. I think that's going to be Tesla too. Actually, I'm certain that it's going to be Tesla because like eventually interest rates will fall. I know that right now it doesn't seem like it, especially after today's jobs report. But
so mixed bag of tricks here into the close. NVIDIA pushing, Meta curling down. Lots of volatility creeping into the picture here. You have Amazon trying to push up, Google pushing, Microsoft, Apple pushing, Tesla's fading a little bit here. A lot of little volatility coming here. Volume is increasing into the close. This is where you get your heaviest volume of the day into the close. Apple will go green. We'll see. It's down 0.2%, so it's got a shot at doing so. Here comes a big push in the Qs, testing that previous high pivot. Last 10 minutes left of trading on this Friday. You have had the VIX crushed again on Friday, closing negative. All right, they're pushing Qs firmly into the close here. Bitcoin selling off into the close, but Q and SPY is rallying. Big buy volume coming in to the close here. Qs are back above that previous high pivot. Last 7 minutes, guys. Last 7 minutes here. Again, QQQ rejection at that previous high pivot.
Well, you know what they say? It starts in the back, right? Back supports the chest. Yeah, actually, man, I think that a lot of people, they always forget to work out the legs. And that's like one of the most important things to work out because it actually increases. I mean, there's like all sorts of science. I'm not going to go into that. Back to stocks. It's kind of like having, the base of your portfolio is the back, and the risky stocks, that's the chest, right? So you're building on top. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I hope you're having fun at the gym. I love it, man. I just actually skipped one day every single day.
So Microsoft is pumped into the close, Bitcoin selling into the close, Google near the highs, Meta curling up, Apple curling up, trying to go positive. We'll see. It's got a few minutes left, but Microsoft big surge into the close. That's going to help lift the Qs and the SPY. You have NVIDIA also pumping into the close. AMD's falling into the close. Oil down into the close. Yields are still up strongly. All right, big surge into the close as of now. That was met by some sellers. Whoops. A little bit of sell side pressure there. Just chopping people up, spitting them out. Apple did briefly go positive. Now it's back to the negative side. So Apple did go positive, but a big hard sell side candle there. All right, heavy volume. Buyers are trying to defend it. Buyers are defending. Crazy volatility here into the close. So Apple still negative going into the close. Google pulling from the highs. Meta pulling in a little bit. Tesla curling. QQQ currently still under that pre-high all-time pivot. All right, so we are falling into the close here. We still have 4 minutes. We'll see how deep we can fall, or if this is just the range we finish in. But Qs did try making a new high there, got rejected there, and are coming in. Heavy volume here, picking up now. Currently on the SPY, it's been an average day about 77 million shares, currently speaking. Qs are falling. So the Qs are currently falling. Still have 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. Bitcoin's falling into the close as well. Apple, Microsoft pulling in. Small caps are still bound to close negative. Small caps are still bound to close negative, guys. All right, guys, a nice dip into the close here for now. Now the buyers are stepping back up. Apple's falling. Apple's down 0.31%. Microsoft up 1.93%, continuing to close the gap, continuing to widen the distance between the two largest companies. It's going to be interesting to see if Apple can retake Microsoft. Microsoft is above 3 trillion. Apple is well below 3 trillion. So there's about a 200 and what is that? Almost a 250 billion difference between Apple and Microsoft now. So it's not looking like Apple's closing green unless we get some sort of a wild pump. We are seeing some heavy selling. See you all later, Nareesh. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. Great trading with you all. And members, please stay tuned. I will be having my members analysis video out a little bit later, as well as a sector review. I do have some things I'm doing in Montreal, so I'm going away for the weekend, but I'll still try to find some time by doing it on my laptop. So stay tuned for the analysis, members, but I probably won't have it out tonight since it is the weekend. I want to digest some of the moves, calculate some standard deviation, high pivot moves, just to give you some more accurate information. And then definitely it'll be interesting to see how Monday opens. So thank you all for trading with me here today. It was a good job on SMCI and a couple other plays. Sorry about the Amazon puts and the Netflix puts and the SPY puts. Unfortunately, we are falling still here into the close, all the way down at 428. Look at this fall in the close, down quite substantially. But have fun. It's been a very, very good week for Trading Capital members and anyone who has caught our day trading streams. We have banked tremendously. Just to confirm things, I'm holding the SOXX over the weekend. I'm holding SMCI runners over the weekend. And hopefully we can continue. Obviously, look at the close. The S&P is still, or the Qs are still falling here, down another 60 cents in the after hours there. So continued selling occurring in the post-market hours. But on that note, thank you all for tuning in. Thanks, Briston. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Sarfers. Thanks, Nareesh. Anybody else tuning in, appreciate the support. And everybody enjoy your weekend. Get some time away from the screens. Hopefully some people can get some activities in, hobbies done, and time to decompress. Because, again, Sunday evening when Powell does that interview on 60 Minutes, I'm going to be watching that because the futures will probably react to him. I think it's roughly at 6 p.m. Futures open at, 7 p.m.? So I'm watching that very, very closely. Take care, everybody. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.